This is Mad Apple Xstream, live from the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company in Appleton, Wisconsin. Get ready for the extreme in pool entertainment. Welcome to the King of the Hill.
Welcome in, everybody. I'm excited to be here tonight. We are back at Mad Apple Xstream for another King of the Hill match after being out an entire week. Really happy to be back in here with my good friend M.H. Penglaze. Man, I can't talk after
Kendall.
a week.
You can't say my name correct?
I guess not. 1 week off and I already can't speak.
Yep, and this is going to be a good one. Now, I know a lot of people are going to be tuning in tonight.
There we go.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you at all, actually. That was last week, too, though. You weren't really talking into the mic much.
The week before.
Oh, yeah, you're correct. 2 weeks ago. Anyway, so we got Dan Coppens stepping in here and Lyle Goebel. And obviously everybody knows Johnny kind of gave up his spot for family reasons, which is good, you know. I get it.
Yeah, and one of the reasons Little John is so good is he works harder than anyone else.
Well, that's right.
And he's not going to play King of the Hill and just sort of come into it not plan on winning.
Yeah.
And so I'm guessing it takes him all week to get ready for it, really. I know in a lot of those tournaments, he's always the first person in the place practicing early.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you hear Chris coming in here. He's going to give us the rundown quick, let us know what they're doing tonight.
Yes, sir. They are playing 8-ball, race to 15, BCAPL rules. They are, no 3-foul rule. They're going to be very careful on close shots. They're going to have someone come watch it, record it. So be prepared for them to, they figured they're just going to get a ref if there's ever a close shot.
It's a grudge match and they don't trust each other.
I guess. I don't know. There was a lot of talk about that. And I was like, really? So I think that pretty much covers it.
What happened to Lyle? Where did he go?
Oh, he's not there anymore. I told him we'd give him the thumbs up when he...
Kind of anticlimactic if we're ready to go and we don't have any players, I think.
Well, yes. Okay, let's start over. Play the intro.
All right, here we go.
This is Mad Apple Xstream, live from the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company in Appleton, Wisconsin. Get ready for the extreme in pool entertainment.
So, I don't know. Oh, wait, it worked. Here he comes. It's like the entering to a wrestling match as he makes his way slowly, very slowly over to the table.
Really slowly.
Lipping "I love you" as he walks by. That is Lyle for you, 100%.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Catch up in chat here. Andrew Stombros, first one in. Rick White, good to see you. What's going on? Andrew said, did they start? No audio yet? That would be a no when you ask that question. Lyle's still having a lot of fun there. Oh, yeah, we're waiting. Yeah, let him go. Let her rip.
Thumbs up all around.
Pretty sure everybody that's in the audience
stuff
right now would give him a thumb. Well, maybe a thumb up. Let's see. Princess. Hey, what's going on, Lisa? How are you? Good to see you here. Hey, how are you? And Nick Leak. A leak from Mr. Like. A like from Mr. Like. Going to miss it. Well, we're not going to say that. Yeah, everybody misses LJ. I get it. But we got two really good players here that are going to knock it out of the park. And honestly, they both play great. But I think Dan Coppens is probably the most underrated 8-ball player in the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I remember him from a couple of decades ago at the Sharks Club and playing pool league against him. Yeah,
I know he was disappointed that LJ had dropped out because he really was looking forward to challenging him.
Yeah, and it is. Of course, a lot of people are, no doubt. And
well, I'm saying Dan was because he wanted to play John.
Sure. Yep.
He believed that for sure that he could.
He was already on the list.
Yeah, he was looking forward to challenging John because he believed he could beat him. And there's a lot of people that might say he probably had one of the best chances against Johnny in 8-ball.
Yeah, he's a very smart 8-ball player, Mr. Coppens.
Yeah. But Johnny was playing so solid, it's hard to see anybody really
Right.
Was that a zero break, dry break there on the stats? It was. So Dan will take to the table here, take a look at the overhead, see what he's looking at.
Lyle is on the left of our stat sheet here. Is that right?
Yeah, I suppose we probably want to put a projector up here so we can see. Yeah, it says Lyle right by his name there. Or he's red.
Don't have the right glasses on.
Oh, wrong one. There we go.
There you go. Perfect.
Well, what do you think?
Wow, what a wide open table.
Definitely is. I don't really see an issue with any of them.
Dry break and wide open. So, spoiled for choice. You still have to choose something.
Nothing on the rails.
I mean, stripes could be picked off quite nicely. And the only thing about solids is not a huge problem. Is not really at all, is it? The 5 and the 6 both have pockets.
Yeah,
it'd start out.
Lyle scared off LJ is what Andrew was saying. Pretty sure that's not the case, Johnny. I want to thank everybody for joining us. Make sure you get out there and share. Don't forget, we kind of count on you guys for that. Get over and copy that link to YouTube. Share it on your Facebook page into your groups. That helps us out every time you guys do that, so appreciate that.
Do you think that after the $1,000 match with Sergio that the $250 matches don't seem enough for Little John?
No. Nothing to do with it. Those matches really didn't have much to do with money at all, I don't think.
Just got to control this little draw shot here, it looks like.
Dan plays some of the best 8-ball patterns you'll ever watch played as he gets a little out of line, but he definitely does.
Yeah, so he's got to work his figure out how he's getting the 14.
The what?
Looks like the 14 ball there. It's got to. Does it go past the 7? And if not, he's got to find a way to shoot it after the 11 goes and get behind it.
Yeah, I think if he's got too much angle, he just kind of nudges into that 14 ball, which pushes it a little more open than it is already at past the 7, and then just go to the 11 and back to the 14.
You're saying if he has an angle to nudge it now?
Yeah. Otherwise, you just stop it for the most part because I think it goes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's just going to get perfect on it. And he's on the right side of it, that if there's a little bit of friction, it sort of drags around. Makes the pocket slightly bigger because of the natural cut-induced throw.
I mean, the tough part here is to get on the 13, you almost want to get between the 3 and I'm saying after this shot and the 11. To get on that 13, he wants to almost get between those two balls to do it. Kind of like that angle. Because if he gets down past the 3, now he's going the opposite direction on the 9. You know what I mean? 3's kind of in line with where you want to be on the 13 in the side. Could take it in the corner, too, to avoid that, I guess.
I'm actually surprised he didn't get on the 13 straight in the corner right then. Because he could have just played a slow rolling shot and got on it.
I think he's in the right pattern. I think this is just tougher than it looks. You know, I think you go 2 rails forward here and just get past the 2 ball, which allows you to play the 13 in the side.
Okay, that window there in between the 2 and the...
Well,
he's going to hit the 3, and that'd be nice.
Which is even a better shot.
That's perfect. He's got to make sure he doesn't let the 3 ball be in play in this shot. Means he's got to either draw back, which looks, or roll forward. And he's looked at both of those to see which one he likes.
Well, you can give him a call there, Europe One. We appreciate that. Said you guys are great. Matchroom needs to hire you. I haven't listened to Matchroom much. I don't know if that says anything or not.
Well, yeah, Matchroom, of course, doing the U.S. Open right now. Look.
Dan here to play. It was an easy run, but sometimes the easy runs are the ones that you kind of take for granted, first rack especially. So, see him finish this 8. He'll be a happy man. There it is. You aren't going to see Dan make a whole lot of careless errors. That much I know.
So, because I'm keeping score here, I've got to count that as a break and run, right?
Yeah, I'm breaking run.
Lyle didn't.
Well, no. No. It's just breaking runs. There's a difference.
Oh, you're not going to count run-outs?
No. It's just breaking runs.
Should keep score of the run-outs too, I think, because good run-out.
You got to work on that. Can you hear yourself back or not?
No, I guess not. All right, is that better?
Yeah, now can you hear yourself back?
Mm-hmm.
It has to kind of be like there. I could turn up your headphones. I know your one ear is no good for
No, that ain't going to help not much. I can't read those unless I get closer to them.
Jeez. Pretty soon, we're going to have a...
Got the wrong glasses.
Yeah, they're in your head.
Well, yeah, but they're the extra magnification ones, and I have to get real close.
All right, let's take a look here at Dan's break for the first time. We saw what happened with Lyle's break, and that was no balls, leaving Dan the opportunity to do what he did there.
So that's
pocketed.
not quite as open as the last rack.
No, it definitely is not as solid of a
But, of course, the thing about a wide open rack like that last one is all the stripes are in the way. Your opponent's balls are all in the way. And he did well to navigate around that and not get into trouble, didn't he?
Well, point is he's still at the table, and all Lyle's gotten to do is break so far. So that's automatic win here for Dan already. Well, he ended up a little shorter than he would have liked there. This should make for an interesting shot. I'm not sure if he can see that 13 through there or not.
He's going having a look.
I don't know if it goes past the 9. Not really. Oh, it does. Okay, so he does have that. What is that? The 14 past the 5 in the corner. We'll stay here, look over his shoulder for this shot.
Yeah, and looking right at it, you can see that the 13 does go in the side pocket, and you have to.
I think he's coming back for the 11 right here, huh? Possibly. Oh, no, he is going forward. I see what you're saying. Yep, good shot. I'd open his 10 ball up at all?
At that angle there, the 4 ball is very close to being in the way. He's having a good old look at it.
What's going on, Pete? Mr. Beshta. Got a nice tournament tonight for our weekly tournament. 10 ball here every week at the Mad Apple.
Being run by Mr. G tonight.
Chris G, well, kind of. Looking for the 13 in the side here. Oh, yep, kind of played it out.
Was he trying to not brush off those balls? I think he was worried about hitting the 4 ball there.
Not real sure.
Okay. Lyle, up at the table.
Take a quick look back at this quick.
I think he was playing it off the 7. I don't know why you would. But
maybe, yeah. I mean, he might not have been able to see it, too.
No, I think the 4 ball was just ever so slightly in the way. So I think he was hoping to throw it in. So I was thinking about just nudging in and drawing into this 7 ball. Open up these 2 balls right away.
Pete says he's shooting pool over at the Boar's Nest, and Mike Vlasic says watching in Sherwood. What's going on, guys?
And I've got to go over to Mike Flassig's house and slightly re-level his table there, and I know I'm going to get that on the schedule one of these days, Mike.
I'll tell you, Lyle has still got a problem here with this 7-1. I'm not sure. Does it look like
I thought
it
he had a
lines up in
chance
the
to
corner there? Or?
I thought he had a chance to pop it open right there with his first shot.
King Kugel's online. What's going on, Scott? Got to get him back here.
And by shooting away...
King Kugel was a cool and generous king.
Is that right?
He was. He was the second longest run of anybody.
Oh. Right.
Scott,
yeah.
You know, the guy that helped with the bar out there. Made the whole... he gave me the best piece of ash I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, my God. I thought this was a family show.
No, a piece of wood.
All right.
You weirdo. He made the top rail for the bar.
Right.
And
I knew you meant that.
Came out and installed it with Mr. Hollenbeck.
And how many weeks was he king?
Oh, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but I think it was 9 weeks. Or 9 or 10. Might have been 10. He'll let me know. He's owed a coin. He gets one of those really cool coins because we're retro paying him.
So Lyle has picked off the two balls that were closest to his problem, and now he's left with this tricky combination to keep his run going.
Those Fond du Lac players do play some different patterns.
There you go. And if it goes in and you get out, no one can say it was the wrong way.
That's right.
But what is he going to...
Scott said 8. See, I overestimated him.
Yeah, Scott
I didn't play that good,
Scott
I guess.
plays really good.
Well, it's only 8.
And I'm assuming he's named back on the list, right?
Well, he should be. All right, enough about him. My goodness, he had 8 weeks of attention. We're here for Dan Coppens
8 weeks,
and
that's good,
Lyle Goebel. Well, he's still got the same problem he kind of had, but I mean, I almost think you can come off the side rail and come back and play for the 7 in the side.
If you could get right there, yeah, it actually 7
does
have
combo throw in too? That'd be the other question.
No, it's way too much.
Hmm.
And you think about going into it there, except the ball's in the way, just like that.
No.
It wouldn't have let him break those out. And he's running out of balls to solve it with.
Oops. I do there. Sorry, guys. Confusing things.
And the more he keeps shooting, the tougher the safety options are going to be for him if he doesn't get out.
Normally, I like talking about pool. This has created a dilemma because I have no idea what to say here. I don't know what he's going to do.
He's got to come up with a plan. And, I mean, what do? What happens if you try and thin snick that 2-ball in? It doesn't really get you anywhere, does it? Unless
you get lucky coming off.
Unless
the
you can
8
actually go into him, but I don't think so.
All right, here we go. Just for a wild shot. 2 off the 13. Yeah, that's what he's going to do, too. Bank the 2 off the 13 on the side. I don't know that helps him necessarily either, but...
No, but it's... Yeah.
It'll look cool. Bang time. What's going on? Florida joining us. Man, bummer. Is that... are you anywhere near where all that went down with Hurricane? I guess all of Florida, really, but Hurricane Ian?
And look at that. And he felt that he had a chance of getting the 13 ball hooked up with something. So, you know, he could have created a problem with the 13. So I think that was part of his thinking there. If it's snicked off, that 1 ball and gone in, that would have been quite the shot. But he has crowded the 13 ball. So Dan's, got to figure out.
Well, tough starter shot to begin with because you're shooting probably the 11 ball here.
Right. So he's really thinking he needs to know where his safe zones are.
Can't quite tell if that 13 will go past the 1 once the 9 is gone because that would change things a little bit also, I think. Well, or you just let the other guy worry about it.
And he may have a shot on the one in the side. And if he does, he's going...
combo goes too. But I like your shot better, I think.
The 7-2. Yeah, if you feel good about it.
I like yours better, I think.
His, he just, if you can roll it in, probably chances are the position will be good afterwards. Get a nice little gentle tap on those, on the 7 at least. And, but he's got to make sure he just gets this in the pocket.
Well, he played. Oh boy, that's that was unusual how that happened. Actually,
he hit it so thin, but he also hit it harder
take
than
a quick
I
look
would
at
have.
that again while Dan looks at what he's going to do here. Yeah, off both sides.
Yeah,
Well,
off 3 balls. Right?
Pretty unlucky, really, but.
But it still kept going in the same direction that the natural roll was going. So those little tiny kisses don't do much to the direction.
Well, that'll work, but I don't think that's what he was playing. I'm pretty sure he was trying to get on either 11 or 12 ball there. But now 9 ball and then come over for the 12 in the side would be my guess.
You know, you never know, though, because, I mean, he might be just...
Oh, boy. Wow, that came out pretty good. I don't know that that's where he was heading, but all looks good on paper. Bang time, I'm sorry to hear that. He said that's where the area that was hit was Southwest Florida there. I know I saw, where is it we go, Fort Myers Beach, and there is no Fort Myers Beach. It's pretty much gone.
The sand is gone?
Yeah, parts of it. Absolutely. Washed away a lot of the beach line. It's horrible down there. Well, he's definitely keeping her interesting here. Shooting.
No, that'll do nicely.
I think that's about perfect, huh?
Beautiful speed control.
Well, I said Dan does. That wasn't his shining moment for patterns, but he does play very good patterns. And when he does get out of line, he typically gets himself right back in it. So. Let's take a little look here. We'll find out maybe a little bit more about Mr. Coppens. If I can figure out how to mute Lyle here. There we go. So we got Dan Coppens, 63 years old. He's a 640 from right here from Appleton. He's played out of Appleton forever. Plays with a Jackson with a maple shaft. Uses a Howe tip. Johnny sold him that.
Yep.
Years playing, he's been playing 53 years, so since he's 10 years old. Favorite game is 8-ball, and favorite player is Shane Van Boning. And I think if you look in there, he actually named another one, but I didn't have room. So he's actually got a couple of favorite players.
And I asked him, is there anything people don't know about you? And he says, well, people don't know I'm a man of faith. I think he has faith that he's going to win this match.
Well, he's been successful on his break so far. Haven't seen any safeties yet this match. Should we take a look? Let's real quick. We'll get a glance on the Hall of Fame cam here. Just went to that. That was absolutely amazing. That's why we weren't here last week. John, as always, knocked it out of the park along with his whole team. Going to clear this pocket, get the 15 out of there, and take stripes. It's a good opportunity here to play up table, I think. Right away, and yeah, set up for that 14. It's got a real nice angle to come into it. Nothing too tough.
Yeah.
And
then you got to choose which one of these 3 balls left would be the last one before the 8.
10's the ball before the 8, I
Yeah,
think.
because you need a sort of a nice sort of angle on it, so you can just roll it in and come across table.
Uh-oh. Well, you aren't going to see that a lot out of Dan. He's had an open shot, so it's definitely a...
Yep. So Lyle's got a little bit of a dilemma here.
I like this. I think you take the 2 right away. If you're planning to get out, 8 ball's a run-out game for me most of the time, unless you're down to the...
Well, of course, his problem is the 5 and the 6 are kind of awkwardly positioned. It doesn't look like a good combination somewhere.
Oh, boy.
Oh, and it flipped off that ball into the pocket. Ouchie. Yep.
Dan going to try and pick right back up where he left off, except for going to leave the 13 hang up there for now. And he gets an opportunity to bust the 8 out of here, which he did very well.
Yeah, and there's the 13 coming in to save you. He's always going to have a shot on that if it didn't work out on any other balls, and that's exactly what happened.
Appreciate everybody joining us here at the Mad Apple Xstream. We are located inside the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company right here in Appleton, Wisconsin. And if you haven't been here to see us yet, I don't care where you live, come see us. We got a hotel attached. You can check it out. Have some great food while you're here. And definitely play some pool.
That's right. It's the place to play pool.
That's a nice little spin shot there by Dan.
And he survived the little kiss on the solids on the previous 2 shots ago, which sometimes, you bump him back into problems. But he's left this really nicely. By breaking out the 8 ball, he's made this a lot simpler, where he can just roll this 10 ball in now.
Andrew says Lyle can't buy a roll.
But you can get them at Walmart in bags of 8.
And a good shot. Stroking the ball real comfortably. Hey, what's going on, Mad Matt? Good to see you, my friend. Appreciate everybody getting out there and sharing this thing. We definitely need you to do that for us. And another good out. That's going to put Dan at 3 here right away. Lyle's got to get something rolling.
Yeah, and only 1 dry break so far. So this could, and these guys are definitely both in the mood to run out, it looks like.
We can take a quick look what it does look like so far. We got 0 safeties played, 0 break and runs. Got 1 dry break by Lyle, and both had 2 unforced errors. So fairly even. So I'd say the dry break is probably, and if you think about it, that was one of the full games.
Yeah, and if you combine that with the fact that there's no safeties played, it is. Those mistakes are the only difference here. So let's see how Dan likes to break here.
Just a continuous shout out to all of our sponsors. We do appreciate them. We got them scrolling again, which I appreciate much more than having them plastered all over the place. So But make sure you guys check that out, and if you have the opportunity to use any of them, make sure you let them know where you saw them. Uh-oh.
So it looks like he was aiming for the second ball, but he did clip the head ball on that break. Ended up scratching. Let that be a lesson. Check if that's true or not. Does he just clip the 3 ball here?
No, he had a full second ball shot there. So Lyle's got good opportunity here with ball in hand. Still got to work the right pattern, but I think I like stripes better. What do you prefer? And solids aren't bad either, I guess.
Well,
get these 4 out of
exactly.
here, bang, bang, bang.
If you can get the 7 and the 1 and then draw back, solids look good. Got to transition after you take the 7 and the 1, and then you're looking at the 2 and the 6.
Well, I think you go 7 to the 2 to the 1, maybe, depending on the angle you get.
Sure. As long as... Well, you might as well take both these balls out and leave the 1, because you need a good transition, so you can get from the 1 to the backup table, then to the 2.
I didn't mean to go to this camera.
Yeah.
Here we are. Perfect angle here if he wants to take the 1, which I think you almost have to at this point.
But otherwise, it's tough to transition up table. I mean, it's not. Obviously, there's gaps and ways to get up there. But shooting the 1 from that angle gets him on the 2 nicely. But then, of course, you forgot about the 6. So you want to shoot the 6 first and end up in the same spot.
Yeah, Harold Micheloni said, see you guys next weekend for the 399, 499 and under. And Andrew Brooker says, I think Dan has only 1 unforced error against me in 3 years, which is probably about right. And Mad Matt, how did Mason do in the U.S. Open? Also, was Caden playing in the juniors out there? The answers are in order. Mason won 1 match. And he took Thurston Holman to the hill again for the second tournament
twice.
In a row.
That's right.
He just played Thorsten a while ago. Thorsten choked on the 8 ball and then hooked Mason on the hill game. So,
wow.
Mason said it was literally a millimeter hook, like millimeter. So, anyways, but he was again pretty happy with the experience and how he played. Said he didn't make an error against Thorsten at all. Oh, Lyle undercutting that ball.
Yeah, he'd got himself in a little bit of out of line there. He wanted to draw and be straighter on that 1 ball.
So Dan with another good opportunity here.
And then, so how did Caden do?
Oh, yeah, Caden played well his first match. He won like 9-0, I think it was, or something.
In the under 14s.
Yeah, that's the Shane Van Boning Jr. Open that he played in. More importantly, though, he played a couple weeks ago. He played in the 14 under and the 18 under, and in both of those tournaments, he took first place in his division, and then in the upper division, the 18 and under, he actually took second place, and he qualified for. What is it, the Monica something or another tournament? It's a big deal, is what it is. So the boys going places, played very well. Two young guns working hard out of here.
So Mr. Coppens here has another nice open spread of balls.
He kind of got in trouble here, though, I think. Well, he can see through there. I tell you what. I thought he didn't have this line through to the 14, and he can shoot the 13 also, but I think that 13's fairly tight.
No,
well, looks like the shot.
Roll forward.
Yep, banks it in nicely. It was definitely the required speed for that shot.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised he's shooting this, but he's going to come over and play a little one pocket here, play the next ball in that same.
Yeah. I guess he's
same
planning
hole.
on leaving the 11 till last, but before to get him on the 8. But yeah, you almost expected him to shoot it on the previous shot. He's kind of got the wrong angle here.
Yeah, come back, shoot the 12 in the same pocket again. I think maybe.
Yeah. It's another shot that the speed has to be just right. Cutting across the target zone.
Well, he did just take it slow, so the 12 must go past the 1. So this will just be mostly stop shot, I guess. It's going to get a little tricky getting to the 8, I think, if he just stops this ball.
Yeah, he's kind of just on the wrong side of that shot, isn't it, to get the right angle on the 11.
Yeah, he's going to put the 11 in the corner, I think,
Yeah,
probably.
draw back a little bit, yeah. Just get straight on the 11.
Which he did.
Now, does he dare just gently roll this at pocket speed in? I know the pros prefer to play a little stun around through here, don't they? But he didn't want to do that either. So
Forced
popped
it
to the
in.
other
What
side.
a beautiful shot that was, really.
Yeah,
He
it
hit
wiped
that
his
well.
feet before it went in, but it did go in.
Yeah, he got it to do what he needed, for sure. So let's take a real quick look back at this shot. Forces it over, gets it
So
just in
yeah, and he only had a
time.
little angle, didn't he? So that's why he had to punch it so hard. Made the target pocket seem a lot smaller, and he almost did bobble it out.
So Dan taking advantage of another unforced error by Lyle. Lyle's kind of not playing within himself right now.
Long race to 15. Lyle's not given up yet, and I'm sure he expects to march on back. So he's really going to want to get a good chance or a start in this next rack. So doesn't want to let Dan get too far ahead. And Dan has been breaking well and running the balls well, so Lyle may not get a
He's
chance.
made a ball on the break every time so far. Let's see if we can get a hold of Chris G. Boy, scratched again.
Yeah, and I actually honestly think he snicked the head ball 2 times in a row there.
Yeah, I mean, he's made balls, but he's also...
But the cue ball, normally the cue ball doesn't fly off like that. If you hit the second ball as solid as you can.
Yeah, I missed exactly where he hit that too, but get back to Lyle here with ball in hand again.
It's just the start that Mr. Goebel was hoping for.
Let's take a look what he's taking a look at here. I have no idea what that was. Fred Renner, what's going on, my friend?
Oh, that noise? Yeah, that was my handheld portable computer in my pocket.
Oh, I see.
Trying to tell me something, I'm not sure what, but...
Oh,
So,
I gotta get out
choosing
and
his
share
first
this
choice
thing.
carefully, he just wants to get rid of that 14 ball, so he's chosen a
Jeff
shot
Watts,
which-
thanks for the subscription.
He's got to make sure he makes this ball. And does nicely with ball in hand. And that shot's opened it up, really. So he's not afraid to bump a ball there. He's got a little bit of an angle on this 10 ball, not a lot. He's got to figure out how he's going to just... Is he going to stun through the gap between the 13 and the rail? Or bump into the 13. It's not the plan. And this makes his next shot a little tricky. If he'd missed that kiss on the 13, he'd be right in the middle of the table and have a bunch of options. Looks like he's got to come with a good shot on the 15 into one of the two bottom pockets.
Andrew wants to know how Melling did today.
Yeah, I wanted to know that too. I was watching his match earlier.
It's like your favorite player. I can't
Yeah.
believe you're not paying attention.
Well, Mason sent me a photograph. Mason was sitting right behind Chris Melling. And he sent me a photograph of the match, which is just basically the back of Chris Melling's head, just to show me that he was right there.
Nice. Lyle got himself in a bit of trouble again here, it looks like. He's going to bank the 13.
Yeah, he doesn't like a shot on the 15, so he prefers this bank on the 13. And he doesn't have to do much for position.
Stop it, really,
Yeah,
right?
stop right there.
You got to know right now. Nice shot.
And there you go.
So I thought you were going to break into a little meatloaf there.
Say what?
You got to stop right there.
Oh, right. I gotta know.
Yeah.
Are you gonna love me? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Okay. I wasn't telling you to break into meatloaf.
No.
It just reminded me. Let's see. How's it going tonight? Your commentary. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate that. Except for the singing bit you're talking about. I'll tell you, Lyle definitely has to finish this out. He's got an open table, great opportunity to get himself on the board. Cannot go down 0-5, and knows it. Puts it in. He's got a good enough angle here. Probably would have liked a little bit more so he could get out for that 15 a little easier than he's going to have to work for this, but should be okay. I think I like going forward quite a bit anyways because it will go in the side. So side or corner works for the 15, so forward with this is the main thing. Shot.
Yeah. And I guess that was just simpler, wasn't it, to let it go? Otherwise, you'd have had to stun it. Whereas that way, it's just a roll.
Still looks like he's
shot.
probably going to roll this up. Well, he is going to go side pocket.
Yeah, just gently roll it in.
There we go. Lyle taking it back and going to get himself a little chalk mark there. I was going to wait, and I still am, to find out if I get any comment.
About?
Well, Lyle.
Oh. You're talking about his...
What? Yep. No, we're not going to say anything.
Okay.
We're going to see if anybody actually will say something. Because I'm surprised as of yet that we haven't heard anything about it.
Well...
People that know Lyle know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Just need the right sort of camera angle or shot, you'll see.
That last one was pretty good. Well, I'll tell you, since we're talking about the young man, he's not that young, actually, but we'll transfer over to him and we'll take a look at what we know about Lyle, or at least part of it.
On his questionnaire?
You can look on there, too, but I'm going to show the folks this right here while he breaks. So Lyle's got a Fargo of a 608. He's 57.
But he said he feels like 37 and acts like 27.
That's about right.
Yeah.
He is from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Plays with the McDermott. And he's accessorized that McDermott with a Wheat State shaft. Kamui black soft tip. And he's been playing 44 years. Almost as long as I've been alive. Favorite game also is 8-ball. And his favorite player also is Shane Van Boning. And he scratched on the break also. What is going on with these guys?
And I did ask Lyle, is there something? There you go, he's toasting us now, doing a shot. He needs
That'll
it.
help.
He needs it after that break. Something we don't know about Lyle, and I already knew about his theatre. He's kind of into musical theatre, but he just sung the national anthem at an autism rally or something or other. It was.
Lyle is a performer at heart. He definitely is. I didn't know he was a singer, though. I knew he acted. But I guess he said he does a lot of, like, plays, right?
Yeah. And, yeah, he sung the national anthem. The audience was autistic people, so he was able to sing it again, and they didn't even know.
Oh. David Dolly. Just watching, not promoting anything. Enjoy the banter. Nice. You still owe me a player, too. We got somebody coming.
So Lyle needed a good break there, and he kind of didn't do much with it, and the cue ball went pretty much straight into the side pocket. I think it did get a little nudge, but it was heading that way anyway. They did open up, but they didn't look like they opened up well. Like he didn't give himself a good rack, and he was hitting the head ball. Yeah, that counts. So that counts as a dry break. Does a scratch on the break count as an unforced error?
Well, I haven't been counting them, and they've had so many, so I guess we're going to leave it alone at that. But I thought about it. I mean, we could do it yet because we could definitely recall how many scratches they've had.
No, I say just don't count it.
I would agree.
So he doesn't have to go into these balls. That 11 ball is clear. Although,
yeah, he wanted a better angle than
Yeah.
he has on this 14 because he would have liked to stop shot the 14 to get to the 11. So I think now he's considering a different route here.
yeah, and the 13 kind of sends you into the balls, and you don't really want to do that if you don't have to. So he could shoot the 9 and just sort of drift back out towards the 1 in the center of the table and be on the...
I kind of like the 14 and leave an angle for the 9 so he can come back across into the 1 off of the 9. So there, come out. Nah, he didn't get it.
Yeah,
but,
he hit
you know,
that
if he would have
ball
had the angle there, he could have
Yeah.
came back about where the 1 is. You know what I mean?
He definitely overcut that ball, which is why the cue ball ended up going further forward than he wanted.
Still got an out here, though.
Yeah, he's okay on the 10, and he can see the bottom of the ball on the left half of the 10, and that's just fine for this shot.
Yeah, I think you go there, then the 15, you roll up to the 13, and then 9, and do exactly kind of what I was talking about.
Yeah,
Leave an angle on that 9 to bump out into the 1.
And then, so which pocket are you playing the 8 ball in? If you're stripes here.
Well, that's the thing is you got to leave yourself an 8. You want to be about where the 1 ball is, or possibly a little further when you get that far. He's got enough to worry about here, though. I think he's got 3 shots he's got to get good on.
What do you mean leave it where the 1 ball is? You're talking about getting position
To
on
shoot the 11.
Oh, the 11. Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering which pocket are you going to choose for the 8?
Right, so I'm saying 15 here.
Oh,
You're gonna
I see.
come up
Roll
to
the
13
11 ball
in
in.
the side.
Yeah.
Then you're going to play 13 in the side as stop shot so that you have an angle on the 9 to come off the rail and bounce out between the 6 and the 1
Right.
for the 11
So
in
yeah,
that
you're
corner.
rolling that
again.
11 in, a little bump on the 2, and you're on the 8.
Oh, don't get too far. Yeah, that's way too far.
Houston, we have a problem.
He's still got it, though.
He's on the 13
I can't believe
still.
it, but he's still got that 13, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, scratch on the break, no error, but weak or missed break shot should be. I would agree with that. Yep, and David Dahl said Sergio has the spot. Yep, he does. Yeah, he came out of this smelling like a rose a little bit because I'm pretty sure that 11 will go off the 7 in the side also, which is what he's looking at right now. Still leaves you a little tough on the 8, though.
Yeah, and so he's once that angle that he just showed you with his cue would shoot the 11 in and just give him a little run forward into the 2 ball, and I think he's got to just push his way with just enough speed to nudge through the 2 ball.
See that, Jason Roselle pointed out. But you knew, Jason, you knew Lyle before, I think, right?
Pointed out
Lyle's unique grip.
Mm-hmm. And it was on your, that picture you put up of Lyle moments ago. It was probably the best way to demonstrate what you're talking about.
It's an interesting choice. I like it, though.
He's thin cutting this.
Look at that shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. He had confidence. He had faith.
And how do you end up where he ended up, though?
Yeah,
my goodness.
It's a shame to be quite so
dead tight on the rail almost.
And I don't think he's going to get to where he wants to get just by rolling this ball in.
Well, let's go back. Let's take another look at this back cut here, because this was really a well-played
Interesting,
shot.
isn't it? That he just didn't like going the other way.
It looks like B with the circle bell. Mark Bell, Mr. Ding.
All right, so Mr. Ding. That's stuck, actually.
Mr.
Ding.
Ding.
His last name is Bell.
Bell.
Yeah.
Ding.
He liked it, so he kept it.
Now Dan wishes that he could just roll this in and be on the other stripe that was there before.
I think he's okay here, though. I think he doesn't have to force this, and he'll end up with the 8 in the corner. Yeah, look at that shot. Or the side, for that matter. Even better, probably. That one, too.
Yeah,
that
for
was
sure.
A nice
That was
shot,
he knew exactly where he had to go, and he hit the perfect speed to give himself a shot here.
Looking to get a third of the way there in this race to 15. Dan, if you can put this 8 down in the side off the 7, nice shots.
Well, Dan is playing really well, and he's not giving Lyle many chances at all. And Lyle can't afford to give up any chances that he gets. But Mr. Coppens here is playing really well.
Got the new TV behind us. This is a smart TV.
So we can, is it smart enough that I can see it through the back of my head?
Yeah. The other TV was a non-smart TV, which I think is next to impossible to find now. I think I bought like the last one on the planet when I bought that TV.
Guess they're all smart now, huh?
They are, yeah. They all have.
All your TVs are watching you just as much as you're watching them.
That's right. All right, I do want to thank everybody for joining us again here at Mad Apple Extreme. I am in the booth with MH Potting Penglaze. I am Kendall Quickfire Cook. And we got to always give a shout-out to Chris, the G-Man, Guntanis.
There he is.
He always gets me.
Here
He's in the background talking, yeah, but doing all this techie type stuff, we definitely appreciate that. Well, we can say there was no scratch. Did he not make anything? Was that a dry break?
No, he made a ball.
Did he?
In the side pocket.
2 in the corner, break the 1. 3 off the 15, breaks the 2. You're out.
Yeah, starting with the 4 ball there, yep.
Start with the 2 ball?
The 4 ball.
Oh, is that the 4? Oh, yeah. 4 ball on top. Yeah, 4 ball breaks the 1. 3 off the 15, breaks the 2.
Does it, though? No, let's look at
that
shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can make it go. It looks a little bit missy. That kiss of the 3. Yeah, it looks a bit missy, that shot, doesn't it? The 3 off the 15 kind of looks like it wants to hit the end rail and not go in the pocket.
Oh, I really like it.
I think you might have to hit it
He's
super
looking at
thin.
the 1 here. That's interesting. I would never choose that shot.
Well,
Kakak, what are you going to be the spoiler for?
if he doesn't like that shot that you're talking about, the 3 off the 15, he has to use these balls to break it out, so he may not be wanting to waste the 4-ball. You could play a shot on the 4-ball in like a little jump where it jumps over that cluster and into the 3 and the 2 and the 8.
It's a nice shot.
He doesn't have much angle here.
I still think he's going to end up playing that 3 off the 15.
Well, be interesting. But what he's looking at there is where can I get on the 4-ball and break those?
All right, but he's got a tough... I mean, if he doesn't have it right now, I don't know where he's going to get it from. You know what I mean?
To get there, yeah, you're running out of balls, and he could shoot the 6, and the 5's awkward to use positionally just because that strike ball is there, taking away some of your positional options. And the 7-ball doesn't really have a clear and obvious pocket. But he also knows he's not desperate here because he's a good match play 8-ball player, and stripes aren't out either. So he doesn't have to be desperate.
There, finally he's looking at that 3 off the 15. I was wondering how long it was going to take him to find that.
You think that's what he's looking at right there?
I think so.
He's thinking about punching this 6-ball in. Stunning over there.
Top shot, 3 off the 15. Yep. Oh,
yeah, he's not.
different. Oh,
This is what the line he was looking at. He's playing a little roll up on the 2-ball. Something.
Safe?
I'm pretty sure he didn't really want to open up that stripe.
Well, but I think what he wanted to do is come out a little bit further and leave.
Yeah, he didn't want to just leave him in there and still... He didn't like the way the 3-ball lay.
Safety, we get to mark our very first safety play.
So it's a sort of... he hit it hard enough to be what you'd call an aggressive safety. He really wanted to bust his balls out a little bit. He definitely didn't want to open up the 15. I'm not sure if he's really given much on the 15 there.
Well, it goes,
but
not from where
he's made the 3-ball more playable now.
This is a safety.
You think there's a way to get on the 15 there? Or
he's just going to play... I think a 15 goes, but he's just going to play safe here. There's no shot. Leave him down here on the end rail. Good shot there. So you get to tally up a safety for Lyle also. Even up, safety to safety.
Just looking at the 7-8-3 combination.
Is he really?
That's what he's lined up. He's just taking a look at it. I didn't say he's going to shoot it, but he's taking, you know, when you walk around and you look at these things, it doesn't mean you have to shoot it.
Andrew says Bronson says hi and past his bedtime, rooting for Dan. Good night, Bronson. Got a busy place tonight. The restaurant was packed.
Yep.
All right, he called the 3-ball. I heard him.
3-ball combination.
Well,
with a good old gap between. I mean, that's as tough as it gets, really. Well, probably not. There are combinations even tougher than that, but...
see if we can see over his shoulder here, see if he's got it. I don't know if he does.
Really, the overhead view says no, but he's definitely looking at it and he's got something here. So we're being deceived by that overhead view. But
I don't know where he's going to get with the cue ball when he shoots this.
He just wants to get it in I didn't think he wanted it in. He's probably playing safe, and I hope he called it. He's walked away from the table.
Oh, he did. Okay, good.
Yeah, he better call it.
Safety played.
Not sure if he was trying to make it or whether he wanted it to hang in the pocket. It's probably better off hanging.
Well, I mean,
if you're calling
Dan's got to shoot his
safe.
2 now. I mean, kind of. I don't know if he's got the edge of the 7 or not.
No, it doesn't look
the
like
2 ball
it.
does help him a little bit, you know.
Yeah, Lyle would have definitely been better off if that strike ball had not fallen into the pocket.
Yeah,
But
Dan
he has
knows
got
he doesn't want to really move that 2 ball if he doesn't have to.
Right. Yeah, you really don't want to shoot the 2, but he may not have a choice here. But luckily for Dan, Stripe still has those 2 balls, the 9 and the 14, that are a problem. But you're right, yeah, he's going to open up the 8 ball here.
I think the 12 down here is a problem also, by the 5.
The 12 looks like a problem, and it looks like the 5 probably does go. So that little cluster of 2 balls favors solids.
Just trying to... Yeah, he was trying to draw that back and get him on the 8 a little bit more than that.
And he might have been
Did
playing
you give him a safety
off
for
the
that?
5. I think he was playing an offensive shot there. I think he was kissing off the 5 ball. The 12 does, of course, go in the other pocket, the long one down. And there you go. That's what he's looking at right there.
Oh,
So
yeah.
he can just roll this 13 ball in and get on the 12. He's got a ball over the side pocket, which is going to help him get down to the 14 and the 9. And I don't know if the 14 goes in that pocket, even if you got down there. So I think he would have to break him.
I think it goes to the left.
At first I thought so. But I'm not so sure now.
I think he made a good shot there. Almost tied up Dan's ball, but he lined it up. Combination goes so that 2-5 is lined up for him. So that's what I was wondering too, off the 3 there.
Yeah, right. Off the rail and off the backside of the 3. If he can get nice on that shot. It would be made a lot easier if he can get straight on it. But he's gonna set for the 13 first, I think. He's got to get a nice angle on this 13 to help him get down table.
Oh boy. Push that ball right out of the pocket.
Yeah. And you got a replay on that.
Easy to do on that shot. It really is. It's not.
So here you get to see.
Yeah, see, you got to hit this. Yeah, he tried to just stun it over, kind of.
Advantage solids.
Yeah, Dan's. I would have to bet Dan's out of this rack. It's really the 7 ball is the. This is the key shot right here. The two to transition. Or that's the 4.
Game of millimeters, isn't it? Because this would have been a lot easier if he hadn't got this particular angle.
He almost wants to draw back here and shoot the 7 up in the corner.
Yeah. Or shoot the 7 in the corner right now.
Yeah, I don't like leaving that 4 up there, though. The middle of the table, a couple of balls in the way.
Stun right over, and the 7 in the corner, just stun over there to the side rail. You'll have a shot on the 4. But I'm not saying that's the right shot.
Yeah,
if he can judge this, you're right. I mean, he can draw back and get straight on the 7. You've got to hit your speed just right, and you don't like the fact that you're drawing kind of towards the corner pocket.
I like this shot. This is a risky shot,
Going
but
forward.
I like it. Yeah, forward and hold it.
Zing.
Yeah.
And Houston, we have a problem. And that is exactly what you didn't want to do. Nudge those 2 balls, so that's definitely helped Stripes. And he's put himself in a predicament here. There might be a thin cut on this combination. He may still be on this shot. He can thin snick the edge of the two ball.
Well, I think off the rail first. Yeah, see, off the rail first is it's got the right angle to be able to do this also, because it's almost aiming to the upper point there, not the end point. So I think he can definitely make this off the rail first.
Yeah, and you think a lot of spin, so it kind of kicks over and has a more favorable angle coming into it.
Yeah, you can see he's.
You don't really want to get behind this too and kick the two ball down table
ball.
And miss the 5, but.
Oh no!
That is what you call.
You got to put more English on it than that.
A little bit too much. Well, this is just what the Goebel fans out there were waiting for. And Lyle has not had a lot of easy sort of tables to go at so far.
Oh, I don't like this call. I like getting that. I know why he's doing it.
He's going to leave the 13 for the last to get on the 8. That sort of makes sense, but I probably wouldn't have done that. It's not difficult to get from any one of those balls down table up on the 8, so it's not a problem. Yeah, you think more of a problem is you have to get a nice angle on the 13. So you've just got to get this just right. And now he's got to play this. He's got to control this. He's got to control the speed. It's going to be a draw with left-hand spin and pop out towards the middle of the table, and he doesn't like it.
I like that he's changing it up and shooting this right now. There's a good view of Lyle's grip on his back of his cue.
There you go. Now he's happy again. As long as he just makes sure he doesn't bring the side pocket into play here. Nice sort of natural shot to just roll this in. Well, he stunned it, and he's brought the side pocket into play. Yeah. He's heading straight for it, but luckily he doesn't have enough speed. Luck had nothing to do with it.
There it is. Gets it to 2, so he's not going to go down by 4 again.
Didn't like the natural rolling shot on that one. Maybe he felt that was kind of going into his target ball instead of getting onto a position for it. But you'd think with outside spin that would have just been a gentle rolling in shot. See if he does better on his break here. Needs to protect the cue ball.
Hey, the cue ball's still on the table.
Well, yeah, he didn't protect it, but it still stayed up. Another awkward lying table, though, to go at. So
yeah, really, the 11-8-1 or the right.
This is quite a stretch, this shot.
Well, and I think, honestly, you want solids here anyways.
Well, it depends. The question is, does the 11 go past the 5? Because you can get on it if it does. You actually don't have to break anything out.
Yeah, I don't think it does, though.
And if it doesn't, you do have the 15 there to nudge those balls. But can you reach this shot? This thin little snick cut on the 13. Which on the camera angle there doesn't look that bad, but looking at it in real life, it looks way too thin. he did want to go at solids, he's going to play this 5-ball.
That's honestly would be my choice, I think.
What are you trying to do with the cue ball there? Drift him in, hit those balls, or somehow?
No, come down to just get down
around.
table. 2 ball goes in the one corner.
Look at the way he's holding the cue there. With all the grace of a swan. He pokes at that ball.
Well, I'd tell you, he did not sell the farm. I think leaving him on the rail like that, the 11's still in trouble. Don't really have a clean shot at solids. Well, maybe the 5 in the corner by the 13, if you wanted solids yet.
Yeah, and the nice thing about that is you roll right into your problems and bump everything open. If he feels good about this, rolling this 5-ball into the long corner past the orange stripe. I think that naturally breaks everything open for solids. But it is, of course, open, so if he likes stripes, it's really a question of what are you going to do with the 9 to
get at that 11?
Yeah.
Well, you got the engine started. Now he's just got to finish.
So I think it is possible for him to get a shot on this 9-ball at some point here, where he just sort of thin cuts it in and the cue ball goes off the rail and hits the 2.
Does the 11 come up here past the 13?
That's kind of what well, he's looking at quite a straight angle on the 9-ball there. Yeah, more of an angle like there. He can play that shot, just overcut the 9 and to the edge of the pocket to make it a thinner shot. Well,
would be the other option here too, is to play the 9 up in the corner right here.
Yeah, I was wondering that if that goes past the 6 there, and he could break him out right now. And he doesn't really like how he's ended up on this 14.
Problem with this shot is you kind of got to push out the 11 to get a shot on it, because otherwise you're not going to have much else if you would play the 9 up in the corner. I don't know where he's going with this, if he's going to go to the 15 next. Well, he just decided for safe.
It's luring Lyle. He's left him shots. He's left him a cut on the 7 in the side pocket, which might give him a chance to break things up. Yeah, look. He's considering.
I don't know what he's looking at.
Well, I think he's looking at just where the balls go if he breaks it up from the 7. But if he plays directly on the 1 there. Yeah, so he's 7 in the side.
Yeah.
And a kiss on the 1 ball after that. There you go.
Perfect.
How's your luck?
Could have been better, really.
Could have been better. That 2 and the 6 could have ended up sitting nice.
Does have the 5 ball, which will actually stop in a nice spot to play the combination.
Yeah, you do need to. Yeah, more towards the middle of the table or closer to the 5. He's showing you right there where he wants to shoot the combination from. So that's his line. If he gets on that line, it's a straight shot on the 6 ball. It's not a gimme that he's going to make this 5 either. It's a bit tricky here, and he wants to guarantee that angle on that combination, and he's going to have to use the 1 ball as a little bumper that he's going to roll off the 1, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's got to draw this ball a little bit.
Yeah.
Or stop
Yeah,
shot at least.
right.
You know.
And then just let the one ball flick you into your position.
Playing
Play the
this?
combination right now. Look how thin he's hitting it. It's a thin cut combination.
No.
Didn't hit it thin enough.
And he's going to leave Dan wide open here.
Yeah, that's a shame. It's a shame for the people rooting for a Lyle Goebel comeback. Still early in this match. Dan's got 5 games so far. It's a race to 15. So this first shot is kind of key to make sure he stays in position there.
Yeah, he's right on there. Couldn't have hit that much
Yeah,
better.
that'll do
He's got a
nicely.
nice angle to drag over to the side rail and
Yeah.
up.
And end up being close to straight-ish on the 9 ball.
Be right about in the C in Q Sports here.
And
A
that,
little higher, but that's perfect.
yeah, he's going to ever so slightly cut this to the right, just so he can send his cue ball down. And that's, yeah. Well, Dan Coppens cleaned up nicely, as he seems to do every time he gets a chance. Lyle's had a bunch of awkward situations, and some of them have come because his break's just not opening the balls up well.
Yeah, his break really has not been working for him
He's,
all night.
Yeah, he's had a couple of really sort of complex racks to go at. Dan's breaks definitely seems to be working better. Although he's not controlling the cue ball, and several times he's clipped. Even that last one, we didn't even talk about it, but I think he clipped the 1 ball again.
So you're saying he's barely hitting the second ball, like he's
I think
just
he's
catching
actually
the
hitting
head
the
ball?
1 ball, head ball first. Yeah, thin snicking it. He's not trying to, and it causes you to lose the cue ball, and you can scratch, and it's a risk. And the 1 ball kind of pops up table too, and that's kind of your telltale clue that you snicked it.
Oh yeah, because it starts going off.
Yeah,
of
it takes that combination off the 9 ball, and
the other way here,
and
off
then-
the 11.
yeah, right. And he has changed sides. So there, I think he hit the second ball, and the 1 ball didn't really move
Still
much.
no result though.
They opened up much nicer, and the cue ball didn't have as much speed in it after. But didn't make a ball. And that's it. Sometimes you hit a shot, hit your break, and you feel, this one I hit good, and it doesn't produce for you. And then there's ones you miss hit sometimes are the ones that produce more, and it's weird. You think, well, maybe that's a better break, but
Well, that's something that people don't pay attention to too much is the fact that what you just said about, the cue ball slowed quickly. Well, that's because there was no energy left in it because most of the energy that was transferred to the rack,
right.
which is what you want. That's why the other day when Johnny was breaking the 9-ball racks, I've never seen such an efficient break. It
He's
just
striking them so perfectly, isn't he?
Yeah.
That the cue ball's never getting to the side rail.
Well, Lyle's got to get going here. He's got to get to 3, get half the distance taken care of anyways. He's got an opportunity here for sure. I mean, this is as open as you're going to get. Short of somebody running out and leaving you the rack with none of their balls in the way.
Yeah, and that's right. Of course, there's lots of solids on the table to get in the way, and so there's no gimmies here. Just because this looks easier than the previous ones doesn't mean there's any guaranteed out here unless you make sure you plan it. And you've got to plan it well. And then when you roll out of position, you've got to have a plan B. And it looks like he's got to shoot this 14 into the long corner.
From this angle, doesn't look so bad.
And if this shot goes well, he's sitting very nicely. He's earned himself a really good opportunity to finish this rack. This is kind of key shot here.
I think whenever you're down 4 racks in a race, I think every shot's pretty crucial, really.
Yeah. He stayed down on that. The key there was he made it. And he's still got lots of options here. So he's telling you there, look, if I could get straight on this 10 ball in the side pocket, I'm going to be pretty happy. And then you use the 9 ball to get over for the last stripe. But wants to be 10 on the straight on the 10 here in the side pocket. All right, scratch that. He obviously wasn't playing that. He looked at it. Like I said before, just because you look at it doesn't mean you're choosing it. And the 10 ball doesn't have to go through that gap. So, I mean, it's obviously got a nice corner pocket that it can be shot into, too.
Still going to be a tough transition to get over to that 11 ball.
Why does it look like he's still thinking about shooting the 10 in the side?
Let's go to the 11 here, huh?
Yeah, just because he had so much angle on that. Well, the billiards god said, no, yeah, we're not going to freeze you behind the 6 ball there.
Should
Lyle.
work perfect here if he just rolls up. Huh?
His heart skipped a beat there as he saw that cue ball drifting towards the 6. But ended up very nice. No, hit that pretty soft, didn't you, Lyle? Pretty soft.
Holy cow. Ball in hand even, I think.
Did it? Did you get replay on it? Did it touch the point? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's ball in hand, so.
Yep.
Which he has taken.
He's got the ball in his hand, so I think that probably means ball in hand.
Confirmed, yeah.
Okay. Get rid of the 5 ball
interesting
first.
starting point, I think. I think I would prefer to shoot the 7, come around 2 rails, and shoot the 5. You know, take the 7.
Into the same pocket as the 7.
Yeah.
Well, how about the combination?
Or the combination.
I don't know. Just don't shoot a shot that you can end up missing from this position, ball in hand, table wide open.
I don't know why you'd shoot.
I've done that before, where you pick a shot and then you miss.
7 ball in the corner and set for the 5.
I mean, if you like this 5
1 rail even.
If you're happy and comfortable with the 5 in the side pocket, I think you should shoot it. But he's changed it. So he's choosing your idea.
Yeah.
He's going to shoot the 5 in the same pocket.
I did go 2.
And that will do nicely.
Yeah, perfect. Just stun over now for the 1 ball on the side next.
Yeah. And the focus being on getting on the 6 ball at some point.
Yeah, the 6 is definitely the most troublesome because it only goes in the 1 corner pocket.
And if he, because the 2, the 4, and the 3 don't really block each other, and the 4 goes past the 3 on the side and whatnot, I would try and get on the 6 ball as soon as possible.
Well, I think he can do it off the 1 here. I think you stun this over hard enough. You're on a good angle.
Yeah, correct. He's going to take his 5 ball out of here, and if he gets a nice angle on the 1,
he's got to move over a little further.
He can just roll forward for the 6.
See how he does it?
The other thing about the 6 ball is it doesn't go the long way. So sometimes you end up getting awkward and shooting a ball down the rail instead, but that's not an option.
I just rolled it. He didn't do much work to it, so it gave him the wrong angle to get into the 6.
Yeah. He likes to play a lot of rolling shots. I mean, it's in many ways simpler, but in some ways more complex. So does he have a little angle on the 4-ball where he can pop it in and drift over to the 6? I don't think so. So the plot thickens.
I always get a pretty good angle, I think.
Yeah, so he's going to be leaving the 6-ball till his last ball to the 8, which is really just fine if you get nice on it.
I may be wrong, but I think he's going to follow for it right here, honestly. I think he's got a good angle to follow this with some...
I think he's just going to roll forward a few inches.
Spin.
And get an angle on the 2 to stun over. There we go. So yeah, he's going to play a little stun shot, try and make sure he doesn't draw the cue ball straight into the side pocket. And you don't really want to actually be frozen on the side rail with the wrong angle on the 6-ball. And he...
Perfect.
Barely misses the side pocket. Bounced off the rail far enough that he's close enough to straight, where he can just nip the cue ball back nicely and get on the 8 straight.
Yeah, inch or 2 maybe here. Main thing is get away from the rail just a little bit. Just like that.
Yeah.
Great job there by Dan finishing this rack out. So it's going to get his score all the way to 7 as long as he can pocket this final 8 of the rack. And there it goes down. So it's going to bring it to 7-2. Dan Coppens almost halfway to the game.
That's an interesting thing about 8-ball is sometimes you have to go with your plan B or your plan C. I think, not sure how many plans Dan went through there. But if you keep on going and run out, make the 8, no one can say you did it the wrong way.
It's a pretty old McDermott he plays with there. Oh, no, that's not a McDermott. His is a Jackson, right? Is his a Jackson?
Yeah, but I think he's got a...
well, you made him that break cue.
An engineered shaft added to that, though. No, it's not a Jackson shaft. Let me have a look at his break cue.
He let up on that just a little bit. That worked out really well for him. It's a good break. Oh, I'd say stripes all day long here. Offer a buyout and save us the massacre. You'd be surprised sometimes. These things, all of a sudden, the guy gets on a string and he'll run him back. Lyle is definitely capable of playing better than we've seen from him as of so far.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's still planning on it. So, not going to count him out yet.
Wow. It was a fairly aggressive shot. I'm not sure what he was doing.
You weren't expecting that from Dan, were you?
Not at all. Now he's got a little work to do, I think. He's got a...
He can use... If he gets a nice angle on this 11 ball, he shoots the 9 and gets a nice angle, he can float down there drift past the one ball and get down on those stripes.
See, I like that better.
Yeah. Come up and take care of this stripe up table.
Yeah, come around. You can either draw this around or come past the 7. I think I like drawing 2 rails around. Because then you end up coming in a line where you're either going to get the 13 or the 11.
The 13 past the 8, you think?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, if you follow with running spin, you could end up going through that gap between the 1 and the 5.
Right. Uh-oh.
Well, he was just trying to stun down table. Now he's got a problem. He doesn't have a shot. Which means his run is over. Unless he plays a kiss shot 11 off the 1, bank into the corner, into the side or something. But let's find out what a seasoned match player like Dan does when he runs into a situation like this. Is there a way to gain enough advantage that Lyle's not going to get out as his next turn? Can he freeze the 11 ball on the 8?
There's all kinds of stuff he can try and do, but playing safe is what he called.
Yeah. Is he going to try and drift this 11 ball and just give himself a safety net?
Plant him on the 1 ball. Oh, wow.
Oh, he's trying to get behind.
Wow, look at that shot. Huh. Did he actually get that?
Yeah, and he waves his hand and says, yeah, that wasn't what I was doing. He wanted a Lyle to know.
I'll tell you, if it wasn't what he was doing, it sure worked out good for him. You're definitely looking at safety here again. You just got to get him down table.
Well, he's called the 1 in the side.
I think you still got to roll forward here. Just in case. You're jacked up over the 6.
It's tough to really see where a safety would be safe.
Straight ahead. Or by the 3. Not there.
Well, it's giving Dan a reprieve.
Or an out. Just got to draw this over a little bit. Making sure to chalk up his cue very good because he knows he's going to be jacked up trying to draw this ball back a little bit.
Yeah, and if he hits this right, he's got to get the speed right. He's going to draw back. And if he ends up with a nice shot just short of straight on the 15, then all of a sudden the finish is almost a gimme.
Oh.
Stuns right down
How did
there.
he hit that?
Like to have hit an inch harder.
I think he's all right here. He's nowhere near that 8 if he just hits this natural. Just barely below center pocket speed. I think it comes around
I think
perfect.
that eight's not coming into play. It's funny because the overhead view says, yeah, you're right, but if you look at the other view, it kind of seems like it is, so I can never tell.
Yeah, just a little bit.
And he's not rolling it. He's hitting in the middle of the ball there.
Oh, he hit it.
Yeah. 8 ball was definitely in play. He didn't really get any stun on that because he hit it so soft it ended up rolling before it got there anyway.
Right.
He was probably hoping for just a hair of stun left to go wide of the 8, and then it'd have been straight on the 13. So now we've got something interesting. He obviously still has a shot on the 13. It seems that he can just brush off the 4 ball, a little kiss on the 4 ball, and he'll end up okay. Tough to tell if that's really the natural line, but that's what it feels like. There you go. Beautiful little kiss off the 4 ball to hold for the 8.
Yeah, that was a nice shot.
Yeah, how nicely he used the 4 there.
No panic at all, just rolled her in. Thank everybody for joining us here tonight for the King of the Hill. This is our weekly series that we run, and we've been running since, just after the shutdown. So,
yeah, the very beginning of COVID is when the King of the Hill series started.
Mason and I were the first 2 to play, if you remember.
Yeah, and back then, of course, there was no one in the bar because everything was shut down.
It was just the announcers
table
and the
covers
players.
On all the surrounding tables, so you could guys loll all over the place.
Trying to remember who was originally announcing for those. Was that you and I?
I think I was involved a little
not
bit.
Not the first one.
I don't remember specifically.
Did LJ retire his crown? He did. He decided family was going to take priority. John doesn't do anything halfway, so for John to come out here and play, it required that he was playing during the week quite a bit more than he would have liked to. So he'll be back, though. I told him he'll be back just because he won't settle for the silver coin. Because as of right now, he only gets a silver coin.
And if he does get back in again, does that start counting at 5?
Yeah, whatever he's at. Yep. He has to do 10. 10 or more. That's a good break shot there. Came out very nice for him, actually.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot. He's giving himself a chance here.
He had to hit this dead center pocket.
Look where the 7 ball is. Bang. Pops open.
Yeah, and stayed open,
now
too.
all
He
the
didn't
solids.
push it back in. That 13, I thought he was going to push it back in there for a half a second.
Yeah, you roll the dice really on a shot like that, but he gave himself a good chance there, and it came out nice. All the balls, all the solids have a pocket. He's got to figure out the order that he wants to shoot these. He's going to roll the 2 ball in. Just going to. One thinks you could use the 1 ball, and then you try and get on the 6 ball in the side.
It's been a long day today. Well, I'll tell you, it's working. he's on the 6 here and not sitting too shabby. I think you just float out for the 4 ball. You play the 6, miss the 11.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I was wondering that. You know, if you do get on the 7, you've sort of left the 4 ball there hanging. If you've got a nice way to get on the 4 ball here, it might make sense to take it before. Kind of have to get straight on it so that you have control and you can stay there for that shot on the 7. Because getting from the 7 to the 1 can be done as long as you have the right angle on the 7 ball. And now he's lining up. You know, he could obviously get the 1 from from the other side. You don't have to leave the 7 to get to the 1, but
I think ideally he wants to get on the 4 here.
well, I think what he was looking at there is roll the 6 ball in and get on the 1. Just roll into a window where you can see the 1 ball.
That's
No.
perfect on the 4.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if
I
that's
think-
what he's going to shoot, but that's what I would have been playing for.
I think he did. Yeah, I think he played for the 4 there.
And now this 7 ball comes into play like you were talking, and it's tough to get on the 7.
Yeah, you have to have only if you get the right angle on this 7 does the shot all of a sudden seem easy.
Yeah, which is
Get
basically
the wrong angle and you've got a bit of a problem.
replace
I mean,
the 13 more or less.
right, and that means the 13's in your way. Yeah. Okay, so he is on the 1.
Yeah, he might be taking the 1 and coming down here for the 4 on the side, I think. Yeah, that's exactly where he's going.
Well,
And he got
he
got
needed
it.
he needed that.
Yeah. Tough way he got it.
He
but
needed
got
that
it.
little kiss on the point from the side pocket. Not perfect. He's got some small windows that he's got to find one of them. And he's shown you with his cue there. He wants to be straight on the 7. He could just stun this 4 ball into the side pocket and stay on that line. Yeah, the cue ball's traveling away from the 7, but if you hit it super soft, you're guaranteed to stay on that line. If you try and hit it harder and come off the rail, you've got to judge it a little bit. It's tougher to judge. If he was straight on this 4 ball, they'd have played a stop shot already.
Yeah, right.
But this angle, he's just get running away from where he wants to be, but he's still on the right line. But I think he's going to hit it harder and spin it like he did. Yeah, and he stayed on that line. He never left the target zone that whole way.
Yeah, you can't hit that much.
That was a
better
beautiful
than
way
he
to hit
did,
that. Yeah, a safer way to hit it. Nicely controlled. Watch how he's on this line of the shot for the entirety of this.
Sorry, I had to get back here.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Really nice
Well,
job there.
he threaded the needle there. That needed a real precise out, and Dan was your man for that. Beautifully done. Doesn't hit it hard enough to scratch. Lyle says, I just need a few moments to run outside and scream. Practice for his next musical.
Right, yeah. Right, we'll take a look at that 4 now that we can see the whole roll of it.
Yeah, he played that. This is such a nice way to play this, that he's never out of the target zone.
Very smooth, yeah. So we got to give a shout out to Fong, one of our workers in the pro shop, works with
Yep.
MH. MH is our pro shop manager.
Pro
but,
Shop Fong.
Pro Shop Fong is getting married tomorrow.
He is.
So
He
big
just-
congratulations to him.
Yeah, he's like, MH, I finally decided I can't just go through life having fun and enjoying myself.
I'm gonna get married.
Get married instead.
That's funny.
And we're very excited for him.
Yeah. Lyle's wife is out there. They're talking back and forth, and she came to watch him because they get a hotel room for free.
Right.
So either way, it's a win-win.
It's a family event.
Yeah. Take a look around here. Dan's standing off waiting. Take a look at the room there a bit. Oh, we could use our player break graphics since this is kind of almost like a player break.
Lyle's on his way back now.
Oh, never mind. We don't need it then. 6 shots later. I'll tell you, Dan is really taking control of this match at 9-15.
On the questionnaire there, Dan, they said, what's your favorite table size? And Dan says 8 foot. Don't hear
Yeah, I
that.
think he's got one at home.
Yeah, he does. I believe he's got an 8-foot diamond, which you don't see very many of.
Oh, yeah. Well, one of the home table diamonds. Now everybody just thinks of the smart tables when they think of diamonds.
Yeah.
Oh, he made one there, too.
Yep, and another nice open table here. Almost. So this whole rack is about the yellow balls there frozen together. You kind of prefer solids, right? If you can figure out.
I like stripes here.
Do you?
Yeah. I like the 13 the side, come up for the 15 and work my way around that way.
And shoot the 14 and the 11 the long way.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
9's nice and open.
And the 9's
If
open,
you can,
so there's
if
nothing
you can
to
make
break.
the 13 and get up for the 15, that'd be
Yeah,
a
and
shot.
that seems awkward, doesn't it? From there.
Just a little, but I think it's definitely pocket speed. You can make it and have a shot on the 15. The nice thing is you got the 9 there, so even if you do end up with a little sharper cut on the 15, I think
I feel it's
still a good shot.
So thin this shot that the cue ball going to be traveling too fast.
Oh, I think he called the 5.
Yep, that's right. And so this combination is lined up. There's a gap between them, but when we looked at the overhead view earlier, it was sort of pretty much straight in. And it looks like he's thinking about getting position on the combination.
Yeah, I don't like that shot.
Oh, so he played with an open table. I see. A stripe combination onto the 5. And missed the 5. So poor Lyle, of course, whenever he comes to the table, everything's more awkward. And that nice open position that we were just talking about is now not nice and open. So he has an open table in that sense. He's got a choice here to make.
I mean, if you can see the 9 good and solid, I think you just draw it over and try and knock the 5 in. If you can see the 9 correctly. Could play a safety, too. Could play this and then play the combination on the 5 and stick him there behind the 10. You know what I mean? If you don't like the angle here.
Right. Roll the 9 ball in and then play a devilish little safety. Make the 5, and freeze in there.
Right,
with the
pocket
solids.
his ball.
And
it's probably
that's
the
actually,
smart shot.
Yeah,
so that's
that
the one I
actually
wouldn't
seems like
do
a pretty good option.
Nothing I would
'Cause
actually do. I only see those up here.
Yeah, you'd be firing at this 9 ball if you had a chance at it, right? And then you got to kiss those balls and kind of hope that you play it so perfect that you make the 11-5 combination in the same shot. And there we go. How do I play
That's
it?
a good shot.
Fast and loose or play it safe?
Fast and loose.
Fast
You're
and
down
loose is
2 to
the answer.
9
There
for
you go.
crying out loud.
And now that it's opened up so well, you have to concede that's even better than the safety.
Yeah, way better. Yep. He's
The
wide
only,
open.
because you know that even if you play a good safe, the only real safe is don't let your opponent shoot at all. That's the only one that's 100% safe. Because there's a kick or a jump or something. If you make contact and it ends up hooking you back. But he has now earned himself with that shot a chance at this rack. Did we get a replay on that shot? Because that was a really good shot.
I actually did not.
It's a nice, good to see, Lyle, of course, still thinking aggressive. But you got to be able to make the balls too. He hasn't completely sold out here, unless Dan can come with an off-angle, sort of a cutback combination. And I think he's got to let the cue ball fly and get a little bit lucky that he gets position.
Well, he's got to get off the 11. He's going to end up right over there by the 11.
Make some kind of contact with these stripes. Give himself a chance to get out. He's got to make sure the 7 ball is still shootable.
Wow, and he just
makes the ball.
Cranks it in the hole.
Yeah. And trust to Lady Luck.
Beautiful
Exactly
shot.
how it ends up. And so he's not out of the woods yet. He played a great shot to keep going. He's still at the table. Does he have a combination here on the 2-4?
I think it's 2 balls straight in.
2 balls straight in.
Yeah, and then the 4 up in the
Does
corner.
it go straight in?
I think so.
Yeah, you know what? Looking right at it, it kind of does look like it goes. The overhead view says no, but
I think
weird.
the overset view says yes all day.
Well,
Look at the line.
that's what he's playing, so reality says yes.
Yeah. Gotta leave himself the corner angle. Yeah, this is gonna be short. Yeah, no good. You see, he's just swung his arm
Yeah.
because he knew he was in trouble there.
And the 7 ball doesn't even have really pockets to bank at. Looks like those options are all blocked by pockets too. You hit this very, very hard with a lot of power follow and just hope everything rearranges.
It'd be hard for me not to cut this back over to the right, honestly. Think it goes over to the right?
Well, nope. I don't.
Yeah, the 10's probably. Yeah, it probably doesn't.
Pound this in with as much follow and force as you can muster.
Yeah, he didn't have much of anything for that 7 ball either way, so
I don't even know if he had bank shots from there.
doesn't look like it.
All right, well, advantage stripes. All right, he's okay. Froze himself on the back of the 8, but I don't think he's really hampered by the 8. Can he just roll this 11 ball in slow enough?
I think you got to draw it up between the 14 and the 7, honestly.
To the other side of the side pocket. I don't know.
No,
I mean, there's a window where
try
you
to
can
hit the 7, is what I'm saying. Shoot 13 in the corner, try and draw back. I'd be drawing up table here. I don't like going forward on this one. He's going
kind of feels
to
like a
the-
scratch if you try and draw this ball.
I might be looking at the angle wrong, too.
But there is a window to get on the 11, even if it's rail first.
You got there,
So,
maybe.
yeah.
Perfect, really.
He's straight on it. Doesn't have to play rail first, right? From there? Or
I
is the
think
7
he's
ball?
still got to play real.
Okay.
Looks like it. If you look over his shoulder, you can kind of see the
it's not-
7s in the
It's
way. there.
definitely a makeable shot. I don't know if he can just go right at this ball.
No.
Rail first. Just had enough space past the 14.
2 straight on the 15.
Yeah, it's not automatic, is it? And just, it's tough. I mean, you're just happy making that ball and thinking you're going to end up with a good shot. But he's ended up so straight on this. With just a tiny angle. Such a small angle that you kind of are fearful of the follow with the left-hand spin shot just in case you follow it right into the pocket. You've just got to make sure you don't accidentally hit this shot too straight. Otherwise you scratch. You kind of got to slightly... Yeah, slightly cheat. Was that another rail first shot?
I think he went real first on that, absolutely.
Wow. Which is brilliant to create an angle. He's still got a lot of spirit in him, doesn't he? And he's still playing aggressive, which is good.
This isn't a giveaway.
It's not getting easier, no. I mean, he's played 2 really good shots, and he's still not really in line. And that is
good enough. I
yeah,
think.
right. I mean, he's not hooked, so he's happy. Immediately calls the corner pocket. What do you call the side pocket?
Side pocket,
yeah.
yeah. Well, I don't know if he's got it, though. Yeah, he did call it. There you go.
Yeah. Doesn't like it. So he's using a lot of right-hand spin on this. He doesn't think he's got it plain. He's got to ever so slightly bend around this foil by a little bit, and that spin flick the 8-ball towards the pocket. And make sure you don't scratch, because it's kind of a stun right into the corner pocket. And at this thin angle, draw doesn't do much to stop you scratching. I mean, and that's why he's taking
another look at that.
That's why he's taking so long. Okay, so brilliant here. He plays real first to give himself an angle. And
good shot. It's a good shot by Lyle there.
Yep.
I knew he was going to make that. That's why I wanted to get that
replay
in for him so we could watch this one again.
Yeah. And he protected the cue ball here. Made sure it didn't follow. So, yeah, that little stun. Missed the side pocket. Missed the corner pocket. Well done for Lyle there.
Gets him to 3 games.
There you go. High five. Only 12 more to go.
We're only about an hour and 5 minutes in, so it's been pretty quick for 8-ball, to be honest with you.
So that'd be 3 hours later. He'd get to his 15.
Yeah. 3 hours later.
All right.
5 hours
I know it doesn't
later.
really work out on the scrutiny of that.
Well, that was loud. Boy, I tell you, those guys are...
That went just straight in, yeah. But luckily for Lyle, he doesn't open them up good. So it's the silver lining there.
Yeah, let's take a quick look here.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to take...
Jim, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much.
He's going to take solids here. Because after you shoot all the solids, the 8-ball has pockets. It's the number 1 rule of thumb, really, when you're choosing solids or stripes. Does one side control the 8-ball more than the other? And with all the solids on the table, stripe don't really have a way to get to the 8 without breaking stuff out.
It's an extremely runnable rack here, though.
Yeah, with solids, you pick them off, and then all of a sudden the 8-ball's open.
I think the biggest problem he has is getting that 7-2 clear.
Chooses a little bump on the 1 ball and probably wishes it had gone a little bit straighter towards the pocket.
It's all right, though. Get rid of the 7 right away, then the 2, then come back down for the 1.
Yeah.
4 or 3. So 7, 2, 1, 4, 3,
Yeah,
8.
or if you want, you leave that 1, 4 before the 8.
Just depends on where he gets off this on the 2 ball here. Let's take a peek over his shoulder, see what he's actually looking at.
But yeah, you maybe it is
I think it's just
awkward.
7 with a bunch of left here. Oh, he played the 2. I didn't think the 2 went straight past. But
So yeah, you
there
do
it
kind of
goes.
have to end up using the 4 to get on the 3, probably, don't you now? So yeah, he's going to go straight up table for the 1. If he gets straight on the 1, he's showing you where he wants to be.
I think the difference, I called the 7-2-1-4-3, and he went 2-7-1-4-3. Assuming he's going to come down for the 1 here, which
Yeah.
I
Yes.
think is a pretty good bet.
Yeah, he's got right on the line that he pointed. Well, almost. He's a little bit short. It's not ball in hand perfect. Because he'd love to just play a sort of a stop shot or just a gentle roll on this one, but can't quite do that now. So he's just showing you the angle he wants to be on. He's probably going to have to draw to the side rail and pop back out again. Because he wants the cue ball to be pretty close to where the 1 ball is right now.
If I wanted to be anything on this 4 ball, it'd be short.
And
Really
then
don't want to
bump
roll
the
long
13.
on
Yeah.
it.
He's following though, so he's going to the end rail
Yeah, right.
to achieve the same thing.
That might be a little...
And that's the. Look, you said you wanted a little angle on this, or you were okay with a little
It's
angle.
okay right
not
there,
too
I
much,
think,
but
though. That actually should work
Yeah.
really well, actually. It's going to leave him a nice angle to come off the 3 and put the 8 in the same pocket as he's going to put the 3.
yeah, or depending on the angle there, the 8 might just the side pocket. So he's got options there. Yeah, depends on how he what angle he ends up on the 3. But he's going to use the 13
Pocket
ball.
speed here, yeah.
Bump it here.
Both the 3 and the 8 are going to end up in that corner pocket, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so. Now with that angle.
Well, hour and 10 minutes down here, folks, and I think Mr. Coppens is 2/3 of the way to his crown if he can put this 8 ball down. Take a little breather here. Make sure he's he's rubbing the old eye. I don't know if he's...
So I played Dan Coppens in the BCA state tournament, but that tournament is handicapped.
Yeah.
I played him in the first round. He had to race to 8. I had to race to 4.
Holy
And
cow.
I told him he played some of the best pool I've ever seen him play, and I beat him 4-7.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You didn't feel bad about that at all?
No, I felt, you know what? Okay. So, okay. All of these players, I played a lot of good players that year, and I came second. But all of them had to spot me heavy, and I felt I've got a chance here, and so I played aggressive, and I was happy with it.
So obviously, since Darren's been here, I follow Darren Appleton.
Yep.
He's pretty bummed out after his U.S. Open performance. He was not happy with
Yeah,
himself.
so he just didn't make the cut, but Melling did.
Yeah, he's pretty brutal on himself, to be honest with you, in the
Really?
one that I saw, yeah. And to him, I say, the one, it's almost encouraging because somebody that plays that good to have some of the same emotions I think most of us have about our game sometimes. It's almost reassuring.
Yeah, Dynamite Darren, of course, very emotional. He doesn't really show it necessarily a lot, but deep.
Gained a lot of respect for him after meeting him for that week.
Yeah, he's really cool. And he changed my stance.
Well, just his passion for the game itself, honestly.
So Lyle's got a nice open table here.
12 ball break into the 11 to get it out of the way right away.
No, he's not drawing it.
Well, I don't know how much I like this pattern here. I don't know how you get that 11 out of there.
Well, that kind of ended up working nicely that he nudged those two solids together and they didn't really get in his way. But yeah, it's not going to do any good unless you figure out what you're going to do with the 11.
Well, I think, honestly, pretty quick here, just stop.
Yeah, unless he's got a shot on the 10 ball, does he? No, in the side pocket? No, the 2 ball's in the way. Right, stop making balls. Your Spidey sense says if you're not getting out, obviously don't keep shooting balls into the holes. Give your opponent all the control. Okay, he's just showing you by pointing on the table that he wants a nice little angle on this 15 in the side so he can solve all his problems with a draw shot on the 15 to break the 11. And he showed us where he wants to get to, and that's pretty much exactly it. So he's going to show you now what he had in mind and why he's picked this angle.
My guess is he's going to try and go over the top of the 4 and the 2. Come in behind
right
the
around
11.
him, huh? Not just draw straight into it.
Well, I don't think you need to draw into it. I think
he's not going down.
You got to come around it. I think. Then you'll have the 10 there if you do that.
There you go.
He did
Draw
come
straight into it,
wow,
and he's still got the 10. That's a bold shot. He deserves something from that, and I think he's been just okay.
11 off the 4.
I think it goes
After
straight in.
10,
I think Billiards God said it's okay.
Well, he's kind of looking exasperated.
Yeah, his body language doesn't say that he's happy with it, but otherwise he'd be able to just stop or slightly draw the 10 ball.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to take that off the
go.
4. I just don't think it goes.
Yeah. He's muttering to himself.
Mutter, mutter, mutter.
So what are you saying? The 2 ball's just kind of in the way. You just can't get to your shooting angle.
We'll find out in a second.
Yeah.
Depending on how he sets for it.
Well, he's not even shooting the 10.
Well, that's surprising.
That means he thinks he's going to break the 11 with the 10 later. But that means Layden has to be the next shot. Because he's running out of balls here. Well, we didn't want to open him up if he's not going to make it. That was the worst outcome there. We'll have to ask him later. I can only assume that 11 ball just didn't go then.
Well, everything surely goes now. I think you're going to see Dan run these out. 6-3 are kind of only messed up because of the angle you're on right now. I don't think he should start there. I mean, why force it?
Yeah, they're kind of in each other's way, aren't they?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, enough that I think you at least consider starting with the 5. Or
plus the 3 goes in the side later. And you need, basically what this is all around, is getting a nice position on the 2 ball at some point. So the 2 ball, there's a window between those 2 stripes.
Oh, boy. Hey, you missed that by about a half a diamond almost, I think.
You
missed that by as much as you could miss it.
Yeah, he overspun it. The spin took it.
Maybe you should have shot the 3 or the 6.
So here, Lyle's got a chance here, but as usual, it's not a simple automatic out. Because there's 10 ball, I think he's going to end up going into these balls. How's your luck? Oh, come on. Did that 11 ball just go safe?
Oh, no, he's good there.
Is he?
I think so. Looks like it goes.
Okay. He's okay. Needs to, when he shoots that 11, transition up table. Get through the intermediate crowd. So he does have a bit of a challenge here, really. Getting from the 11 back up to the 8.
Just shot
So
over the top of a ball.
Yeah. His angle here is critical.
Not good.
Definitely doesn't want to be on the rail if he takes out all his draw shot options. He's just off straight, kind of in the wrong direction, so that brings the 4 ball into play.
I mean, I think you can almost overcut this ball and it goes off the 4. Looks like it's almost dead tight to it. So
With a lot of spin and hope to come out. And the 8 ball's not hanging over the corner pockets. You need to be on the left-hand half of the table to get to it. So that drawing around the angle shot kind of takes you into a dead zone.
yeah, so you just saw where he pointed again. It's just about 6 inches out
Yeah.
in front of where he is right now.
Right, so he's not going to get close to the 8, but he's just got to give himself an angle where he can cut it in. Well, that was pretty much perfect. Maybe an inch off the rail would have been nicer, but he's given himself pretty much as straight a shot as he could have hoped for. I mean, obviously it's not straight, but he's given himself a good chance at this 8. Looking at the screen there, it looks so much easier. If you look at the table directly, that looks like a real thin cut on the 8. It's so strange, isn't it?
I honestly think if I look at the table, it looks easier than on the
Really?
screen for me, and I don't know.
The plot thickens.
Yeah, he tightens up against that 1 ball there.
So, I mean, that's the second best. Obviously, he's going to be disappointed he didn't make that 8, but
This is safety all the way.
you know, and Solids obviously has control. Doesn't mean he's out. How do you use that control? So, match player, tactician, Dan Coppens is going to show you what a good tactic here would be.
Well, I guess, to be honest, I think I'd probably set for the 5 to break it. Try that one time, and if I can't get it
Right,
off
you've
of
got
there,
enough
then-
balls, and you don't have to start immediately play safe. You don't want to shoot too many balls before you switch to safe. But breaking it out is definitely a better outcome than playing safe. But well, not necessarily a better outcome. Of course, you can win both ways, but
Kind of like this angle. Come off the 4 ball and come down there to break it.
yeah, and it doesn't look like you risk too much making the 8 ball. I mean, there is a way it could probably kiss its way in with an extra kiss from the cue ball, maybe, but
Yeah, it's a fairly
for
safe
most,
angle to
for,
come
yeah,
at it.
for most shots, most incoming cue balls, if you make any kind of contact, you're not making the 8. He's gone straight into it, and look
Yeah.
at that. He was saved for a minute there. You know, he almost did play a shot there.
That was really
Could have made the 8 ball.
unfortunate,
Yeah, it's
actually.
unfortunate, but it was unfortunate and fortunate. It's
Now-
actually in a way easier for him to play safe now.
Yeah, now I think I'm frustrated enough that I
And
play
if you get
safe
ball
right
in
now.
hand, you've got no problem on the 1 ball anymore.
Right.
And so Lyle has to make a good attempt at kicking at it, and of course then you open it up anyway. So, yeah, just like you said, it was worth a crack. He gave that a good chance to break it out. Couldn't hit it much better. And he's still in control, even though it didn't open up for him.
Here he just wants to avoid leaving the edge of the 8-ball in any way. You definitely want him to have to kick for this ball.
Or leaving the edge where he scratches.
Yeah, that's true, too. Leave him against
see what he
rail.
does with it. But he's still making balls. He's got another chance to break it out. Why not? There we go. He's left himself really nice on the 3-ball. And ask yourself that same question. Can I possibly make the 8-ball accidentally? No, it's still not looking too bad. I've lost too many games that way. That's why you always start breaking into the 8-ball. You have to consider how the 8-ball can get to the pocket. But especially he's trying to come behind this shot, right? Behind the 8-ball. He's not trying to hit directly
at the
into him.
backside, yeah. So 2 rails and then contact.
He's got to trust the luck a little bit that he ends up with a good shot on his next ball. And he's still going like the Energizer Bunny. So I think he's just going to snick this 5-ball in and Z-bank across the table.
Yeah, and the 1 or the 2 does go as long as he's on that half of the table.
And that's nice to know that the 1 goes. So, yeah, you try and get on the 2, but you didn't totally mess up if you don't get far enough. Make sure you keep the side pockets out of play.
He came quite a ways up table, further than I would have thought, but ended up exactly perfect for that too.
Loving that. Still got to play this right, so he needs a nice angle on the 1 ball
I think you just
to
roll
get up for
forward
the 8.
there. I think you can just tap this ball in and shoot the 1 on the side next.
Okay, without bumping it.
I think so. He might try and draw into it and just push it down table too, I guess, but I like just
and if the
shooting
shot
this real
you
light.
suggest is there, I mean, it's simple and problem-free. If he's got the right angle on this too. He's shooting the 1.
Playing the 1, yeah. Uh-oh. Playing the 1, missing the 1.
Get a replay on that. Too late for that, but see if it...
No, it's not. You wait until the balls stop rolling.
Okay, see if he got a heavy contact on that. But he definitely had a much easier shot on... So he may have just overcut it, but...
Undercut it, yeah. Lyle with
Undercut
the...
Speaking of cut shots.
yeah, right.
This is tough.
What are these guys who got to pull 1 out of their hat? There it is.
He was due. Lyle was due for 1. That was a good shot.
I would agree. We'll record that one.
Yep. Turning point in the match.
Instant replay of that great shot by Lyle to get himself 1 closer to Mr. Coppens. Good job, Lyle.
Neato. High five.
Did you sell any pool tables today?
No, but we moved 4 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, out of the senior center, unfortunately.
Yep,
They had a fire. Right?
3 9-foots. Yeah, the Thompson Center.
Which is the senior center, right?
Well, I don't know
Yeah, it is.
exactly what it is.
Senior
But
center.
they have 3 9-foot tables and 1 bar table. And yeah, we've just removed them all out today. We'll be cleaning them up and recovering them and moving them back later. Well, there we go. Lyle got what he wanted, which is a nice open rack. He made a ball. And he needs to switch this into the Lyle Goebel show. Because at the moment, we've been seeing a lot of Dan Coppens and playing some really good outs. No doubt, Dan is playing very, very well. He's playing tough. But that doesn't mean anything to Lyle right now. All he cares about is how am I getting on this 15 ball in the side, and what am I going to do after that. And the 15 in the side could be the last ball to get on the 8.
Yeah, it's just getting in there.
Yeah, so you leave the 9 ball as the ball before the 15. And if you can do that, he'll have unpicked this rack nicely. He's got a thinnish shot, a thin angle into the or into a small side pocket.
Well, is this the angle he needs? Roll up into that 1. I'd like to have a little bit less of an angle here,
Oh,
actually.
you're saying tap it, huh? Yeah, okay, that's what he's thinking. If it's there, and it's just a natural rolling shot, that just might be awesome. So that's what he's going for. He's going to play a little bump on the 1 ball here with the cue ball. Teeny tiny little tap.
Oh, boy.
Now, if he'd tapped it harder than that, he would have opened up another pocket for the 8 ball in the side.
I can't believe he got so tight on that.
Is he so tight? He doesn't even have it.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have it.
I don't think he does.
So he still can get out of this if he leaves the 15 ball now to his last shot before the 8. He's going to have to play a sort of a Hail Mary of a shot now there. He might actually have a shot on the 9 ball too. The 11 is very difficult to bridge. There's all kinds of balls in the way. Almost looks like he's got a cut shot on the 9. But if he shoots the 9, and then his plan is to leave the 15 ball last, it's actually difficult to get on the 15 nicely.
I think he's just worried about making the 11 here.
Yeah, that's the tough part. And you still got to give it enough of a stroke that the cue ball goes in and out. It doesn't end up on one of the rails. Well,
Perfect.
That was a great shot. Kept himself going. He can now use the 9 ball to get on the 15.
I like that shot. I like just getting back to the middle of the table. He'll have a choice between either the 9 or the 15 at that point if he can get to where he was pointing.
So you're saying follow this into the side rail.
Yeah, and back out.
Yeah, lets you stroke this ball better.
Yep.
Okay. Well, he's got what he wanted. Now let's see how it plays out. The shot on the 15, then he has to probably play a kiss on the 7. Oh no, okay. So he thinks, yeah, he can get on the 15 in the side and then follow the 15 into the rail and out. So yeah, he's going to play the 8 ball in the top left corner.
Well, no, I mean he could come out of that pack too and play the 8 all the way down here in the bottom right or bottom.
That's what I was at first thinking, going down, but really depends on what angle he's got.
That's what he's going to do.
Well, he was looking at following. He can't do that now.
Now he's got to get around the 5.
Yeah, and if he can just drift, yeah, exactly, that point on the rail there, and drift through the space between the 5 and the 7. He's got a little window he's going to hit here. And at this thin cut, to hit it hard enough that the 15 actually makes it all the way to the pocket feels like you've hit the ball a little bit too hard for position. Unless he gets a favorable kiss. So now he's thinking about maybe I brush off a ball to get position on the 8. Tap the side of the 5 ball. Well, he tapped the 5 ball. And he's got to consider himself happy with this, I think. He's not hampered or not too hampered with this shot, and he's got a clean shot in the corner pocket. So he's earned himself this chance. He's done well there in that rack. This may not be the exact shot he was thinking on the 8, but he's still got a chance for it. 2 ball is coming into play in his bridging.
Well, that was loud. Good shot there by Lyle, putting it down, getting to 5.
Uses a good amount of body English there to help that ball into the pocket. What did you drop over there?
Just my phone, no big deal.
Oh. Well, there we go. Quick as a flash, he's at 5. And that's only 5 games behind Dan. It's going to be hard work if they're all as tough as that one, but he worked his way through that one, Lyle. He wants to show us what he can do.
I can tell you, I played him last week, and he played one hell of a lot better than he's playing tonight.
Yeah, and he really needs some better luck off the break if he wants to really have a chance at catching up. So he's opened those up pretty well for Dan. Well, it seems that solids, he does have a shot on stripes, but the 15 and the 13 are really awkward for stripes. There's not really a way to get behind them to play them into the side pocket. So you think solids are just a little bit friendlier.
Yeah, I think the 13-15 makes that decision for me.
So 6-7 2 ball might be a way to sort of open those out a little bit.
I want to thank everybody again for joining us tonight. We do really appreciate it. This is the King of the Hill series here at the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company on Mad Apple Xstream. Joined in the booth with M.H. Penglaze, and I am Kendall Cook. Glad to have you guys with us tonight, and we do appreciate it. Wow, what a shot that was.
Real fast.
I don't know if it helped him, though.
No.
Maybe he has the 4 ball. Possibly.
I'm not really sure why he played that rail first.
I don't think he had it any other way, honestly.
Well, you've got the replay there, so we'll check this out. Doesn't he have a clean shot right at the 6?
I don't think so.
Maybe he doesn't. 10 ball's in the way. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he did have a clean shot there at all.
And yeah, his
4 balls is
his only shot is probably the best one to take out of there first if you make this ball. Judge those little kisses nicely.
That's a good shot there.
Not afraid to bump the balls, is he? When he has
No,
to.
now you got to get over tight to the rail by the 7 and the 1. That's your next concern. I would almost play that right now off the 2 and try and get over. Forget the 3
Just
completely.
draw straight
right
back
now.
and hopefully you don't draw into the side pocket. If he thinks he can get to it from the 3, that would be even better. I'm not sure if you do. He may like this little draw shot on the 3 ball and maybe kiss off the 14. And the 2 ball still hanging there for you later if you don't get on the 1 and the 7 or 8. But you still got to be concerned about scratching in the side pocket when you try and get between the 1 and the 7.
I think you just draw it straighter than that. You're playing the 1 next, forget the 7. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you play the 2 ball, yeah.
Yeah, drawing closer to the 13 than you are.
Yeah, maybe the 3 ball's in a nice place that after you shoot the 1, you know, you're happy
That's
that
what
the
I
3
was
ball's
thinking.
there. And what about the 8?
8 goes, I think.
Yeah. From up table, yes. I mean, in a perfect world, you leave the 2 ball there for that. But you may not have a choice, but the 2 ball over the side pocket there would be a lovely way to get on the 8. Yeah, so he's probably playing your shot there. He's just going to draw straight back close to where the 7 is for a shot on the 1.
Perfect.
That'll do nicely.
So good that he could probably play the 7 here first.
Which I think would
Which
be
would
better,
be-
really, wouldn't
yeah.
it? Because then
Yep.
your 1, 3, 5 thing works. 1 to 3.
Yeah, I'd be.
But the 8
playing-
ball, again, definitely doesn't go other than from... Well, I'm not even 100% convinced it goes even from up table. If you look at the overhead view, is the 9 ball in the way? From there, it looks good.
It's interesting that he's playing it this way. He's going to go 5
Yeah.
next.
It seems tricky, doesn't it? Well, this is interesting, isn't it? So wishes his pocket for the 3 ball, all the way up table, past the 10. And unless you're absolutely straight on that shot, you can't get on the 8. You got to get really straight on that shot. You can just follow it then a little bit. But
I mean, the one nice thing is the way that it's set. If you do have to run into the 8 and you glance the edge of it,
yeah,
it'll open up
it
and
can pop up.
Yeah.
You got to make sure you're not on the other side of straight. And so he's got to judge this really well if that's what he's thinking.
Well, he needs that to slow down.
Yeah,
Well,
that really got away. I think he was worried about being short of straight. If it'd been short of straight, then the cube brings the 14 ball into play when you shoot the 13, the 3. But he has overdone it. So he may be thinking about, okay, obviously rolling the 3 ball in to that long corner pocket past the 10 ball, but he would have to have a ton of left-hand spin if he had any chance of hitting the 8 ball after he hits the side rail. But I don't even know if you can put enough on or whether that's possible. And it looks like he's shooting this ball plain with no spin. Yeah, round the houses.
Oh, and he broke up the trouble, so now Lyle is going to have a really good opportunity at this table.
Sure, and he's got to come with a plan on the 9. And even his first shot's not a gimme, is it? 15 ball and bump the 14. Well, he's definitely got a shot on the 11 ball up table too if he prefers.
Or just play safe.
Or just play safe. Dan is in 1 ball hell.
Yeah, right.
And so Stripes shouldn't have to do anything too crazy and should never really give Solids a shot here. One way or another. Stripes does not need to give Dan another chance. Got to play your safety well if that's what you're doing. Make sure you don't accidentally give him a window.
So we haven't heard from anybody for a while, and I wonder if John has anything to say about that.
If anybody's watching, just peep in here. Just say hi.
Yes, and
There's our very own LJ.
for the record, we're not really encouraging people to just peep in here while we're in the middle of a bloody broadcast, are we now?
Oh, yeah, just peep in.
So, how are we going to play it? Fast and loose, Lyle? Or play it safe? Okay.
Safe it is.
So he was careful to make sure he got his cue ball all the way over and using the 9 and the 8 as the blockers there, which makes sense, doesn't it?
Nobody even listened to Johnny and peeped in.
It's tough to see kick shots here, so well, there is possibly one off the end rail. Jump shots. I haven't seen. I don't know if Dan plays jump shots.
Well, it is a 2-piece cue he's got there.
Well, he's walking off, so it looks like he's switching cues. He's picked up his regular shooting cue again. So for a moment there, he was walking around with his break cue. So he's showing you a window there between the 10 and the 11. Off the side rail. He's calling the 3 ball. At least if he does make it, this shot gives him a chance to get out. Has a chance. I don't know.
So you're
How
telling me
high
there's a chance?
Yep, I'm not saying how high that chance is, but there is a chance. He's got a shot to shoot at. And he definitely wants to get a good hit. And he has.
Wow, great hit.
So
Very close to making that ball.
it's saved him from a sort of an immediate end to this rack. Still, all the cards are stacked in Lyle's favor in this rack. So you kicked it once, didn't give me ball in hand. Can you do it twice in a row? And with that nice big array of balls in the middle of the table, there's good places to play safe. I mean, there's a lot of safe zones on this table.
Yeah, including just roll up on the 15.
Yep.
Which is what I think I'd do here.
Sure. Just try not to freeze it on the end rail and let the 15 bounce out a little bit so it's in just a better position.
Well, there he is. Johnny Fields peeping in.
There we go.
How's everything going? Going great.
People are missing you, Johnny.
It's a good shot for a couple reasons. He took away the direct kick. I mean, by putting the 15 back where it is, took away the 2-rail kick almost. Going to end up kicking around the 8-9, I think, to get at this ball.
All right, so he's caught it in the corner pocket. It's going to jump cleanly over the 14 ball here. He hopes.
Oh, it's pretty close.
Valiant effort. He's just nudged the 9-ball. Lyle's
Not
straight
enough,
around
though,
to
yeah.
look. Doesn't look like it's opened it up. Well, Lyle doesn't have to get crazy here. Because if he plays one more safe here, even if Dan does get another good hit, what's the chances that the 9 will still be safe after that?
I mean, there really is no reason for you to run out yet.
No, unless he gets a nice angle on a good break shot. There's no point not playing it. I mean, he could do it on the 13 here. Well, he's hoping to get a different angle on this 11, I think. Gave himself a chance to get a break shot, but he didn't get one. How many balls are you prepared to shoot, Lyle? Trying to get a good angle on a break shot.
Look at this.
Oh,
Now what?
unlucky he's not on the 10 ball. Well, he's still got safety options
I
here.
guess he's got the 15.
Yeah, he can
also.
see the 15. So he actually he can make the 15 and run out. Yeah, Little John's watching this, and a lot of people thought you were going to stay on for a long time. Because the matches that Little John did play, he was so dominant. Had a close one against Sergio, which was a huge match. And everything else, he showed that he was a class above.
This is a pretty tough shot, actually, that he just played there. Not easy. Well,
Yeah, he's looking good now.
I mean, he puts us down. He's within 4 games. That's
Yeah.
as close as it's been since the beginning. So
That's right, and he took
he
that
hasn't just
position.
rolled over, has he?
And he played aggressive, and he gave himself a chance to create a breakout angle. And he's definitely earned this chance.
See, I like the 9 here. I don't mind just rolling that 9 and bumping into the 8, taking the 13 or the 10 next. Plus, the other nice thing about this is you're pushing away from the 3. You're gonna even if you would happen to rattle this 9, you're not gonna leave him much of a shot on the 3 ball.
Right.
It did rattle the 9, but it went in.
Yeah.
Wiped its feet.
But yeah, it was a safe shot. Because he doesn't have a bank on the 3. But it went in, so he's going to draw back here.
And again, he's able to shoot this and keep it in a fairly safe spot with the 3 ball.
Yeah, he's not stunning it, right? Otherwise he risks scratching or getting a bad angle. So just roll this in, right?
I stun it, personally.
He did play a little stun. Popped off the rail, so he's not frozen.
Still fighting. Nice shot there by Lyle. Lyle. Nice out, and showed some patience in that rack. Made it look easy.
Perhaps we'll get Little John in the commentary booth.
Yeah, he said he'd come and do that, so some
That'd be
point.
cool. Yeah. When he gets a free Friday night off.
Well, he's got... I mean, the nice thing about that is he doesn't have to practice for a week. Well, maybe. We did hear him those other times. Maybe he should practice commentating for
Practice
a week.
commentating? I don't think so, yeah. Never heard of it.
They know.
Obvious, is it? Yeah. Okay, Lyle needs a good break in. If he wins a couple more racks, he's back in this match.
I would say if he wins one more rack...
Hey, he's in the match right now.
He's in that match, yeah.
But he needs the breaks to start going for him.
There you got one.
It's probably the nicest result he's had so far.
Yeah, and he's got good shot here at... solids, huh? 4-ball being the only real problem. Let's take a look at the overhead, see what it looks like. I mean, 4
so
balls...
he's cooled the 6. I was just going to say, is it crazy to think about a combination on the 2-6 so that he can go in and bump in from behind to get the 4-ball out?
Yeah, I mean, the 6 is kind of in the jaws, so...
Yeah, he doesn't want to miss his first shot at this open table. So, this is a big shot.
Perfect.
Well, that was lovely, isn't he? Still playing aggressive. So, objective number 1 completed.
Yeah, made a ball, made the first shot.
Broke out the only hidden ball.
Take a look at that combo again real quick.
Yeah, that couldn't have turned out better. Another combination.
So good, he's going to play another combination, yeah. That one with equal results. He's got the 1 in the side or the 3, but I'm sure he's going to go with the 1. No, I don't know. I kind of like actually playing the 3, come back for the 1 again.
Right. Use the 1 to get back up of the 4.
I mean, I would definitely want to get that 3 out of there next, I think. So,
yeah, because otherwise you're going to end up leaving it to the last ball, and you don't really have a good reason to do that. So inside English to try and kind of end up ever so slightly short of where he is right now.
Yeah.
That'll do nicely.
Yeah, he did that about perfect, really. A little bit careful here, I guess.
So, little kiss on the 10 ball, is it?
12, yeah. I think so.
On the 12 ball, yeah. Needs to judge this kiss nicely. He's not.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not really that good, though, is it? I mean, you'd love to be full in the face and not lost the cue ball a little bit.
Yeah, this is thin enough. You just hit this with left English. It's got a lot of room to slow that ball back down. Almost could play that in the corner, I think, but might be a little bit tight past the 15.
Yeah, don't hit this too hard. Just off the rail. He's going in between the 15 and the 10 ball here. In and out.
It's like the 3rd week in November, John, that Searing and I are going to play. Johnny Field said he would commentate in the booth when I was playing Dave Searing.
Right.
So Dave and I are going to put together a match. It won't be on a Friday. It'll probably be a Saturday or Sunday match. Probably Saturday. But he can't play in the next couple of weeks, and then I'm going to go see Bill Burr.
All right, awesome.
In Madison.
Yeah, and meanwhile, poor old Lyle has brought the 11 ball into play. Yeah, he was looking at the windows on either side of the 11, choosing whether he wanted to go which side, and he's ended up in between. He needs to save this with a good jump shot. Needs to hit the 5 ball well to stop the cue ball bouncing off the table. Did that.
Kept the cue ball on the table, but I think he's going to be in trouble here. Could have been worse, though, I guess. Except for the 5's not in a great spot, so Dan's got a free shot at the 11. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing David just because he plays rotation pool also. So we'll play either 9-ball or 10-ball.
Yeah, it'd be great to get Little John back in the commentary box.
Right, we got to be able to record a few more statements from him.
So you can erase that last one so we don't have to hear it again.
Nine balls off the rail, Dan proclaims. So I think he's intending to play safe right away here.
He's just going to barely touch the 9 ball and freeze right on it, isn't he? Got to hit this speed right, and it's tough to...
Well, and you better hope the table tech has done his job, or you're really in
trust
trouble.
the table.
We're going to find out how good MH is right here, because
Well.
Dan's going to hit this pretty light.
Yeah, if it squirts out and he hits it a little bit too hard, he'll leave clear view at the 5. Hit that pretty hard. Didn't roll off. Got double kiss. And
If that one would have rolled off,
he
we
hit
would have had to talk, I think.
yeah, well, yeah. Have to say, he hit it too hard.
However.
But there was always, he knew in his mind that the 5 ball wasn't clear into a pocket, so Lyle is weighing up his options. Kick shot, no good. Thin edge. Yeah, and he can't see the whole of the 5 ball either. Okay. So he's looking at kicking one rail. He's going to have to use spin because the 15's in the way of the natural shot. Possibly, or maybe not. But looks like he's going to the end rail. Kick the 5 in the side pocket. Stand by with the replay button, because if that goes in... Five ball in the side. Oh, and that 15 was in the way.
Yeah, could have
At
been
least
close
he
if
found
he
it.
would have got around that ball.
Yeah.
Dan's just got to walk his way through this one.
Yeah, he doesn't really have any problems. I'd be tempted to shoot the 15 first just to make sure I'm on it in a nice way.
Yeah, maybe, but the 9 is equally as...
It's not that difficult though to get on the 9, is it?
Yeah. I know what you mean, though. I'd want to get that 15 out of there pretty soon. That's a pretty bad leave, actually, for a starter. You know, could have definitely came out stronger than that.
Right. Ball in hand on the 9. So he's got a shot on the 13, which is he's not going to be worried about shooting.
The problem, though, when you shoot that is you could leave a shot on the 5. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you'd like to. I'd almost rather shoot the 12 in the side right here, just for that fact alone.
Yeah. You just have to look at how good you feel about the 13.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. 12 in the side.
Safer, but more likely to miss. You're saying?
I don't think you're likely to miss
No.
this. I think it's the right shot
yes,
either way, but. And now I still don't really like the 11 being down there.
Right. And he's straight on this 13.
Right, which means that the 11 and the 15 are going to be in the last 3 balls that he shoots, more than likely.
He may. Well, I mean, presumably he's going to get on the. I was going to say 10 ball. Wrong. Well, I guess 14 and 11 is not the end of the world, is it?
No, I think it's going to be. I honestly think it's going to be 14, 15, 10, 11, 8.
Yeah, I don't really like that, though. You're right there. The 11's not that nice, and the 5 ball's kind of in the way, and if you don't get a really friendly angle on the 11. If the 5 ball wasn't there, you'd be okay leaving the 11 till last, but
Yeah, I just don't like the 11 to the 8 transition.
yeah, I just want to get the 15 shot off the table as quick as possible. Just
Yeah, it's supposed to be there. 15, 10, 11, 8. Yeah.
you wouldn't. He's forced into playing a kiss shot if he on the 8 here. He's okay though. Unless he wants to shoot the 10 first. Try again to get a better angle on the 15, but then your safety net of the 10 ball as the shot afterwards is gone. So yeah, shoot the 15 now.
Well, plus you get to move the 8 a little
10,
bit,
yeah, there's no
which makes the 11
real
better.
problem with this.
Oh
What
my!
is there?
Huh.
Except misjudging the position because of that kiss on the 8. Somewhat,
Safety.
and probably double kiss on the 8 because the 8 will hit the rail. Gave a little bit more energy back into the cue ball.
2-way shot. Cut the 10. You're going to leave him down here no matter what.
Yeah, the 5 ball doesn't go past the 8, so we got a large safe zone up here. But okay, well,
Still reasonably
Yeah,
safe to
and he's
just
shown
roll this ball in.
right, and he's shown us he doesn't mind these little thin shots in the side pocket. Rolled in at pocket speed, the cue ball should just poke its face around the edge of the 5.
Dan's got to get off
to give him a shot.
10 here. He's been on 10 for quite a while. Kind of raced right away to 10 and then has been on hesitation here.
Yeah, and if he doesn't get out here, Lyle's at 7-10 with all the momentum. But you're right, it's a semi-safe shot. You know, you're going to leave a bank shot on the 5 if you miss this 11. Which is really not safe then. Because it might be, the easiest bank shot that you got.
Right. Well, it's an opportunity.
But Dan has to make this ball. No. What a interesting position. Now, in a position like this, of course, Stripes doesn't really have any advantage. It's 1 ball each. And Lyle doesn't have to sell out here. This could get into very negative little safety battle. He's going to play. He's called the cross bank, so he's not going to entertain any thoughts of just rolling the 5 to the 8 in a super negative way. He just wants to bank his way out of this.
I mean, again, the nice thing here is if Lyle ends up down table,
you've got an element of safety because the 11 doesn't go past the 8, so if you end up table. But what if you make the 5 and don't and hook yourself behind the 11?
It's possible too.
You want to make sure, you don't get right behind the 11. You just end up on the up table in the other half of the table.
Look at that shot.
Well, he's made the 5. He hasn't hooked himself. What a fantastic shot that was. Test of his mettle. And he's just stopping himself. Make sure you don't scratch in the other corner pocket.
I'll tell you what, folks. He puts us down. We're within 3 games, and this match is getting tighter.
And I did say, make sure you don't scratch. He did. He made sure.
All right, let's take a look at that great shot he played to bank the 5.
So this, and this was all from. This is pretty much exactly how Dan Coppens had played this, feeling that that was a safe shot that he played. And
I want to watch that one more time. Did you see how he hit that? Just watch the rotation on the cue ball when he hits this. Yeah, he hit it with bottom, but you just watch the way he punches through this.
Oh no, he did have outside English, yeah.
Yeah. It's a good shot.
And it's 7-10. Dan had a chance there, kind of broke down his position and decided to play that sort of safe shot and roll that 5 ball towards the 8. And Lyle said, that's not safe, I can bank it in. It was a statement. And at 10-7, he's absolutely in this match. He could use a nice break here. Could use a ball.
What you got?
All right. Well, he's still in it. He's still got his mind in this match too. He's going to be feeling good after that bank shot to get out.
Stripes all day, huh? I mean, as long as this ball goes.
Hopefully it doesn't take that long to run out, but... yeah, and if he likes shooting either the 9 or the 14 up the long way past the 12 ball that's hanging on the pocket, everything can kind of open after that.
I don't think you need to, though. The 14. He's playing the 6?
Shooting the 6 ball. Okay. Did he nudge the 10 in front of the 8? He just nudged the 10 ball up a little bit and took a little bit of the pocket away. Needs an accurate shot here in the side pocket. Lovely. Needs to find a way to get under the 2 ball and shoot it the long way up. And that would suggest a draw shot right now. And if he hits this shot well, he's sitting pretty.
Yeah, if he can get on the 2 here, he definitely has a clear cut out.
And this shot is almost straight, but it's not quite.
Uh-oh.
So a little stun, and could use a flick more English. More outside right spin. Oh, he's on it.
You can see it?
He's on it. Probably, corner pocket he's just called. You can see it enough to get it in the corner. This will be a good recovery shot here. He needs a good one here to stay in this rack.
There's Fong. We just mentioned you and your big day.
Yep. We're excited about that. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, like 8 p.m., right? That's a joke.
That's when the
That's a funny joke.
That's when the wedding crashers should all arrive.
Right. 8
So we
p.m.
encourage everybody. I'm not saying we. I'm just saying me. Come on down. I'm not taking you away.
Oh, we could share it. See how many people we can get to show up. Think he actually has this, or you think he just thinks he has it?
Well, if he thinks he has it, he probably has it.
He does. Straight in the hole. Great shot. Hey, what's going on there, Nick? It has been a pretty good one, actually. It started out, Dan stormed out to a 10-2 lead, I think it was. And now it's been nothing but Lyle since then. And Lyle is going to get himself within 2 games here if he can just complete these last couple of shots. He's got a funnel for this one ball and a natural angle to get to the 5 to the 8. Nothing special here at all. Just roll this ball nice and easy.
Just don't overcut it.
Yeah,
Undercutting it, you're
right.
okay, but
Yeah. It's like that.
that'll do nicely. That was perfect, so now I can just gently roll this ball in. He needs get nice and close and straight on this 8 because he's kind of got half the pocket, or a little bit of the pocket taken by the 10s. He's got to make sure he doesn't hit the 10. But nice and gentle, pocket speed. Just brush the point as you go in.
And there we go. We're within 2, guys.
Hard
It's
of the
gonna
pocket. It was
hard
super
to
close
lose.
to hitting that 10 ball then as it went past, but yeah, he hit the middle of the pocket on that one.
I feel like I haven't seen Dan shoot in forever.
Yeah, I mean, he had a chance of that run, which he ended up breaking down. He played that safety, which didn't end up being safe because Lyle banked it in.
I mean, truthfully,
that's
that
what Lyle
bank
needed.
shot would be the turning point in my book. I mean, he was coming back, but I mean, that was one of those where they
Yeah, it
kind
was
of
a
went
big
back
moment,
and
yeah.
forth. It was kind of a big deal.
Kind of a big deal.
Kind of a big deal.
8-10. And Lyle is gaining momentum.
That's a very good break. He's found his spot on his break, which has helped quite a bit.
So it's pretty much straight in on this 6 ball in the side pocket.
I think you're trying to avoid the 15 here. Try and run it between those 2 balls without really moving the 15.
Well, try to go through the 15. He's
And
okay.
Pushed it forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't get in trouble. And the other balls at the other end of the table, they seem good too. The 1 ball goes nicely and gets you up there.
1 ball, you just
So-
got to watch your angle a little bit because of where the 9 is.
And
but
he's going to choose to leave the 3 as the last of these 3 balls to get himself on the 1. And then he's just considering, if I leave these 3 till last, then I've got to use one of these to get on the 8. But there's nothing to be gained by not shooting the 5 and the 7 first. Get it out of there. I mean, there's no point playing the 3 to using it to get up table now. Unless he really thinks getting on the 1 is a critical moment, which it is, and he's got the nice angle on it, so if he's really worried about getting perfect on the 1, he could do it now, but it really makes sense to get rid of the 5 and the 7 first. Because there's no need to come back from later. So I think because he's kind of on the other side of straight on this 7, he's going to follow to the end rail, bounce off, but he wants to get himself a nice shot on this 3 ball to get him that shot on the 1 that he's just pointed to. So just get the speed of this follow shot right. Okay, was pretty straight on it. So that's exactly what he wanted. He's going to go up and take another look and show you that angle that he needs to get. If he ends up on that line, he's going to be sitting pretty. And he does have an angle on this 3 ball, so he's just going to be lobbing this in super slow to stay on his desired line. There you go, and that's... He just got there. Now, I would be automatically just sort of playing a super soft sort of stop shot type draw, stun, and kiss the 9 ball. Looks like he's, or at least where he was lining up, he was going to hit the top half of the cue ball. Which feels like you've just got to be careful the cue ball doesn't sort of run away a little bit. Oh, and they're chit-chatting about whether they need a ref.
Should be pretty obvious.
Will know. He wants me to come and look.
All right. I'm so glad you sit by the door. Rez says, where is LJ? LJ decided to hand in his crown because his family was coming first, which Johnny's the kind of guy that's not going to play halfway, so for him that means practicing during the week, and he was giving up more time during the week than what he would like to invest, and he's got kids that are doing activities, so he wanted to be there to support them, so can't blame him. He gave it a great run here, so. And we're going to watch this on replay. Well, I don't even think we need a replay on that. We know exactly how that went. It was a perfect shot by Lyle, setting himself up for that 4 ball. A little bit of trouble to get up on the 8. I think if he sets a good angle, he can draw right up in between that 12 and the 3 off the side rail to set himself for that corner shot on the 8. So I think you're going to see him just kind of roll forward a little bit here. Not much. I just stopped it. Could draw straight back, I suppose. No reason to try and mess around through. I was kind of thinking he was going to curl it up between that 13 and 12, but
yeah, he doesn't have a lot of angle here, so I think just draw straight back.
Gotta look out for the 14 a little bit going that way, though.
And
I think he wants to do what I'm talking about.
He's not drawing.
Yeah, he's going to slide it up between those two. Oh, he
did.
did.
Did draw.
Careful.
All right. Little tester here. A little off angle. Close to the rail.
Can you believe we might be a game away from being tied up here?
Yeah, I knew that
my.
was going in. That was a
And we are.
3-pointer, a 3-point shot. 3
I think
nibblers.
that was 4, actually.
Well,
let's
1, 2,
take a
3.
look and
Yes.
see, but I'm pretty
3.
sure that was 4. Here we go. How many rails? 1, 2, 3. Oh, 3 it was.
Yep.
Perfect shot.
I felt that was going in the whole time. That's what he needed to get back in this match.
He's taking a quick walk.
9-8.
Let's take a look at what they submitted over there.
All right, some questions, huh? All right. Where's my cursor? There it is.
What do we got? What brand of pool table? That's what I want to know.
Yep. Well, Lyle says he prefers or typically plays on diamonds, and so does Dan, because Dan plays at the Mad Apple. Favorite game? Dan says 8-ball. Lyle says
8-ball.
Is it any surprise we're playing 8-ball tonight?
Oh, that's interesting. What started your interest in pool?
A Christmas present for
must
Dan.
Was it a cue or was it a table, I wonder?
It was a table tennis racket.
Yeah, right.
And Lyle says, my dad bought me a billiard table when I was young. So that
he said billiards, and truthfully, he meant billiards.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know that?
I was talking to
they had a
him
real
about that.
billiard table. Awesome.
Yeah, so his first table, or first cue sport, was actually billiards.
Well, that's awesome. That's a great way to start, isn't it? You learn things in that game that you don't learn in any of the others. Both started very young. Dan was 13 years old. Sorry, Lyle was 13 years old and Dan was 10.
We got Larry the Legend over there in the corner talking to Dan Coppens right now. That's Larry Ryder, for those of you who may not know. The greatest 25-cent ring game player you've ever met in your entire life. Beyond a doubt. I mean, no comparison, right?
Well, he was always, I always remember him from the Sharks Club. He would always find his way into a game, and he was always playing against people who weren't even pool players.
Quarter a rack.
Yeah. Well, they never knew how good he was. Old guy complaining about his eyesight.
Yeah. I remember all the stories. Ernie used to tell some great stories about Larry, and he told me one time about, because like you're talking about, his eyes were always dry, and so he'd have his glass of water there that he would splash in his eyes every so often while he was playing.
Mm-hmm.
One day, Ernie was saying that he had his Sprite right next to him, and he accidentally splashed Sprite in his eyes. Oh, look out for that cue ball. Still not very under control, that cue ball, for these guys.
No, at least he's making the ball here. Takes first crack at this rack. He's going to have to pop the one in the side pocket.
So that's kind of another somewhat funny story. So remember when emails first came out, right? There was AOL and the whole key and that up and down tone that you would hear when you tried to log onto the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. American Online or whatever it was, right? And so I made my first email address, and I'm like, well, what do I want to do? How about Rack Runner? Rack Runner would be a great email address, right?
Yeah.
And so I go to set up for Rack Runner, and it was already taken. So I'm like, oh, come on. So I'm thinking to myself, all right, well, how about Kendall? Right? So K. We'll go K Rack Runner.
Crack Runner.
Yeah, and it turns out it's Crack Runner.
And that's already taken too, yeah.
Yeah, that was probably already taken too, right? But, all right, great opening shot there by Lyle.
Yeah, that's the problem with letting the cue ball fly and having collisions, which he kind of had to do if he wanted to shoot that one ball, is he sort of turned a nice open table into a little bit more of a problematic lay. So solids don't look nearly as good as they did a moment ago.
Not bad, though. It looks like that 5 actually still gets through there. So
Okay.
if that's the case, it's not quite as bad as what it may have first appeared. Oh, boy.
Well, there's no gimme here for stripes.
You know, I see the game's kind of slowing down as we get going here a little bit further, and I'm thinking about the fact that these guys are old. They're probably tired by now.
No, they're not playing that slow.
I'm
really,
tired. I'm almost
You're
falling
tired
asleep.
watching. Yeah, well, that's because you're old.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't call somebody old if I wasn't willing to call myself
Uh-huh.
old.
So there you go. You're going to follow this 11 ball in and end up with an angle on the 12 ball. There you go. He's showing you where he wants to be.
I feel like I haven't seen Dan play forever here. It's the first time I've seen him with some open shots.
Yep. He's going to pop these wide open right now and trust a little bit to luck. You know, the 9 ball is still in a bad way, so you kind of want to hit this break shot pretty hard and just hope that you
10 ball is
Really?
kind of a nice safety valve there as long as you don't bump something out of there. I guess. I think you kind of come off the back side of this, right? Try and maybe run into the 5 coming off somehow.
You think you can hit the rail? Yeah, I think he's.
draw.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell from here, so see what Dan does with it. Oh, Dan decides he's gonna.
He was trying to get the 12 in front of the 3. At that speed, he probably wanted to hit the 3 a little bit. He just didn't like his chances, even though he had a chance to break those out. There were still balls probably hidden. The 9 ball probably stays on the rail. And he's luring Lyle into playing offensively.
Well, and honestly, Lyle is probably in a good position to do that just because he started with nothing to lose.
Well, that's right. And he also
So far
played
down.
very offensively at other times when he could have played safe, and it came out good. And that was part of his surge back into this match. So he's going to keep on shooting.
Which I like, because I think when you start to slow down and get conservative, things change all of a sudden.
Little bump there on the solids.
A little bit unfortunate about the 5 ball, but he's got a bank shot on the 5 if he needs it. Not right now, obviously, but it's open to go across side.
Now the 6 and the cue ball are not really frozen together. He's got a sort of an inch gap there, so
Oh, you like that?
that means the 6 ball goes in the side pocket, and he could get a direct hit right onto the 5. But he's actually thinking about a trick shot 5 ball off the 10 and perhaps the 8 into the side pocket. At least he was looking at it. Yeah, that's what he's thinking about there. Drive the cue ball into the rail, and he's got to just come off and catch the 10 ball just right.
I don't know. It'd be pretty tough for me not to just shoot the 12 here. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
Yeah,
Shooting solids.
that'd be a foul.
Jeez.
All right, so he's playing 5 ball in the side pocket.
Did he call it?
Must have. Because he's just about to shoot it. Well,
Sure he wasn't playing safe
I
then?
think he was playing a wafer thin little snick on the 10 ball would have steered it towards the side pocket. You're saying, did he play it just the way it is? Because he's left it he's left a shot on the 10.
Has he? I don't think the 10 goes past the 4, does it? Maybe it does, but I don't feel like it does. Dan's going to push this up onto the 3. No, he didn't even. Well, wow, that worked out.
Yeah, Lyle's not going to get lured into a tippy-tappy safety game here when he's got open shots, and I think Lyle's happy to get this chance. If he can get on the 9 ball, he can break the 15 out. Of course, he's shooting solids. I was backwards, wasn't I? We're running out of oxygen in this commentary booth because we've both done that now.
I think that's right.
All right, yeah. So that group of balls up at the top of the table there, surrounding the 3, it's definitely an advantage to Stripes. But Lyle has not left down a very constructive shot here. He can hit the 10. He's not selling out though, because Lyle still doesn't have a way to get at the 3. So Dan is not desperate here. He knows he's going to leave Lyle shots on these solids.
10 off the 6, 1 rail. Stop the cue ball right there.
He wants to block that hole and really control. He hasn't really opened up the stripes at all. But he's probably hoping Lyle starts shooting at these, but Lyle does not have to be desperate to do anything here either. And he could try and get ball in hand.
Once again, I'll thank everybody for joining us tonight for this King of the Hill match here at the Mad Apple. Got 2 new opponents here tonight as John Fields relinquished his crown last week.
So I think what he wants to do is bump one of these solids down. Well, I was going to say what I would want to do is bump one of those solids down the other end of the table so it can become more useful to you.
Right. Rez, quiet over there. See what Rez said?
No.
1 a.m. Hill.
Yeah. We're on pace for that. Damn it.
I'm okay with the Hill thing. I just hope it speeds up a little bit. This rack ain't speeding up anytime soon,
No,
I can tell you
not
that.
this one, no. But Lyle did get, well, it might speed up if he doesn't get a good hit, but he did. And he didn't open him up.
And I think he hooked him pretty solid on that 6, so I don't know if he can actually make a ball here.
Yeah, I mean, the Stripes does have those 2 balls down that are shootable. And so it does have viable break-in chances. And also return safety chances if he gets a clean shot on the 9 ball. Or the 12. So Lyle has to be careful he doesn't give Dan a good shot here. And there you go. I don't think he was trying to make that 5 ball. Because he worked hard to get the cue ball back over into his safety zone. So Dan's going to have to play the same kind of shot that he just did. Now, depending on how you hit this at the right speed and a little bit of luck, this ball can end up going safe if it sneaks in behind.
Good hit. He didn't
Yeah.
really open anything up for...
Yeah, he didn't sell out. It's getting tougher, though. He's got to start hitting lower on that group next time. If Lyle can get another safety now. And, of course, he doesn't want to move the 6-ball because he's been using that as his... to create his safety zone. So that's why he's playing off the 7 instead. He just wants to leave the 6-ball there.
Carefully doesn't get too greedy and scratch.
Yeah.
It's a good shot.
And there you go, nicely. Now he's got a solid down table. The 7-ball's more useful down there.
In the center also. 6 balls down there, obviously, but it's serving a purpose and doesn't really have a good breaking pocket.
Right. There you go. I wonder if he was calling that one up, but probably not.
Yeah,
So
I wouldn't think he would have.
he's played 3 good kick shots, very similar to each other onto the stripes. And
A little tougher to get over to that half of the table and get him behind those 2 at this point.
oh, you can see the 3. Can you do something productive with it? You know, be careful here. You don't just open everything up.
Well,
It's not going to help you, is it? Playing off the 3. I think he's got to play a very similar kind of shot to what he already did and just keep making Dan kick at them. Eventually, Dan's going to kick that 9-ball in, so he's got to choose whether he wants to call it or not. And truthfully, if he doesn't call it and is not trying to get out, he's going to be sad to see it go. Okay, so he's just going to make him keep playing that same kick shot. And here you almost do want to hit the 10-ball and not make the 9. Gently, so you don't do anything crazy or pop the 3 out too much. Oh, he is hitting it harder. He's playing the 9. Decided to go for it. Doesn't want to just keep on giving up chances. And... oh, he did not call it. I'm surprised he hit it that hard. Because he did not call the 9-ball. He was playing safe. And making that 9-ball didn't help him at all. I think Lyle has to keep doing the same thing. It's tougher now, though. 6-ball's got relocated. But if he does play a safety, oh, he's not. He's thinking about the 6. Oh, he might be still trying to end up behind the 6-ball if he just pops it out. No, he's shooting. So I don't know about that, whether he just got bored of playing that same idea, but why did anything change? You know, Dan's lost the ball over there. I would have banked solids down there. So now, if he gets out here, he'll prove me wrong. Because he's going to get an angle on the 7-ball. He's done with all this safety. And if this shot turns out good, no one can say it was the wrong shot. If it doesn't, everybody can say it's the wrong shot. But he's decided. I mean, they both had chances to go at this, and both of them have decided, no, better not. And Lyle saying, you know what, that's not how we're going to win. So it seems that the 7 side pocket so that he can break the 3 out.
Seems like the shot.
There it is. How's your luck?
Not bad.
Beautiful. Yeah, and there you go.
Opportunity to tie things up.
Yet again, the offense has it. Playing another doinky safety does not guarantee you an advantage. Busting it out and running out. Best outcome. Can he hit this shot soft enough?
Yes, he can.
You bet.
Looks like we're going to go to
You
10-10 here,
Wow.
folks. Who'd have thought that?
Yeah, that's incredible. Uh-oh.
Who did that?
Well,
Did Chris G explain those rules?
I don't know.
So just so everybody knows, the official rule here, even though it doesn't look like that's what's going to happen, so if you pick up a ball on King of the Hill, you actually are forfeiting 2 games.
No concessions allowed.
Correct. So in theory, Lyle should be at 11.
Well, better get out there and tell him.
You're by the door,
Well,
but you can just go warn him.
warn
Because
him.
I don't want to see that the rest of the match.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
but Chris should have went over that with him.
I'll send him a postcard with it on. Little John was suggesting shoot the 15 and give him ball in hand earlier. Get rid of the 15. And say, hey, you don't have a way to break it out. But the way Lyle did it, break it out and get out, is probably the best outcome. Okay, now what just happened?
I really don't know. Well, he made the 8, so it's his option to re-break if
Gotcha.
he'd like.
Yep. He didn't like the lay of that table. Didn't like his first shot. And the problem with that, of course, is you don't always make a ball the second time you break. But he's okay this time. He's breaking better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and stripes look very nice here. Solids aren't bad. But he's got a shot on the 14 here.
Yeah, I mean, if he can shoot the 14 here into the side, I like that. 14 to the 9 to the 15 to the 13 to the 10. Or what is that, the 12?
And he's trying to ponder whether he wants to shoot the 13 in the side as his last ball, or whether he wants to get an angle on the 12 ball where he goes around and can shoot the 13 in the same pocket as the 12.
Well, I would think he's just going to play the 13 in the side or play in the corner next. I mean, you could go 13, 10, 8. You know what I mean? 15, 13, 10, 8.
So he's actually just going to shoot the 12 right now because he likes the way he's on it. And he can if he can see himself getting on the 13 from there.
What are you talking about? He doesn't have the 12. He's just looking at the angle to come off the 12 and around for the 8. Yeah, the 6 is dead in the way for the 12, I think.
Didn't want to bump that under the rail.
No, I'd say not.
Shoot it, bank it right away. Looks like a double kiss, doesn't it?
Got the kid online there saying, "Good comeback, old man. Finish it off."
Yep. Wow. 1 rail, 2 rails. Yeah, he doesn't like it. He was looking at shooting the 12 and then the 13 into the same pocket as the 12. But I'd rather just bank this ball in. Shot.
Oh, it double kissed a little bit too if you watched it.
Did it?
Yeah. I'm surprised that went. That was a good shot though. You can actually tell I'm tired, Johnny. I am extremely tired. Yawning like crazy. Been up since 4:30 this morning. I'm tired.
Well, he's not quite straight on this. He's got just a little bit of an angle. So he's trying to decide whether he's going to punch it out sideways or try and draw straight back. And now he's going to run around and tell us if he has a shot on this 8 ball now. He does. He's straight down on it. And now he's straight back off it again.
Well, he looks for a second. Let's take a quick look at that 13 ball he shot before. Just watch it kind of double kisses. Did you see it hit it the second time?
I think it did, yeah.
That's why I thought originally he went wide on that shot. Here's what.
He does have to bend this. He's not clean on this 8 ball. He's just going to bend ever so slightly around the edge of the 6 ball.
Oh, look at that shot.
Glad you played that replay because you've got to get that one. Look how much spin he had on that ball.
Huh. That was a shot of the match right there. Yeah,
right. Massaying around it to take the lead for the first time in the match. He's not only back in this match, he's now all of a sudden favorite.
If they would have followed the rules right here, he'd have 12.
Yeah, what a great shot that was.
Oh, here we're watching that over and over.
Well, it's worth watching.
I got Chris telling me to click the screen behind me. I'm like trying to figure out how to get the mouse over there. Amazing is right. It woke everybody up, including me. Well, he would have loved to make something there and keep things going, but I'm sure Dan is more than happy that he did not. Last time I remember Dan really shooting is back when he was playing the safety on the shot that he left Lyle a bank on.
Yeah, Lyle's kept him out for a bit. He's got a nice chance to get back into the game here. He's going to play his breakout shot right away. No, doesn't need to break it out. Play position on the 9, beautiful. It's got a nice angle on this 9 ball too. So he just went around and take a little look to see if that 10 ball goes in the side pocket, whether there's a clear path to it from... The 6 is not in the way. Otherwise, he'd be forced to play that 10 ball in the long corner, which is tricky because you then got a side pocket swallowing up your cue ball if you get it wrong.
Well, Larry Goebel said I actually taught him that one at Deer Camp 2012. I think Dan's getting tired of watching pool.
Yep. Decided to start playing instead. So yeah, so he's looking at playing the 10 ball in the long corner. Getting onto it probably right now, if he can. So a key positional shot this.
Cheated the pocket just
Yeah,
right
that's
and ended
perfect.
up exactly where he
Yeah,
wanted to be
couldn't
on
afford
that 10.
too thin of an angle on this shot just because of the side pocket looming.
Still a little bit tricky just to get to a position where you got a good shot on the 12, honestly.
Yeah, you almost have to. Yeah, it might have been better with a slightly more angle because he's got to go to the side rail and pop back out, doesn't he? Or he could just follow.
I think
and
in
go
this
to the
case he can't.
He can.
Really.
Okay, I thought he could follow and go to the other side of the 6 ball.
Hit that as good as you could.
Yeah.
And really good angle here. This is pocket speed. You'll come out just perfect for that 11 if you just roll this center ball. You don't really have to do much of anything except for make the ball center ball. Just like that. Rolled out perfect. Stop shot here, and he's got the 8 in the other corner. So we're going to tie things back up at 11. And Dan looking like he's finally going to be able to get himself off of that cursed 10 that he got to a long time ago. Foul.
Yeah, he has been on.
That's not really a foul. Cue ball fouls only, and
As long as the 3 wasn't in the way of the 8.
Lyle must have told him to leave it be.
Yeah.
Technically, Lyle could have went and set that right in the line of the 8 ball.
No.
He could have.
You got to try and put it back where it was. Can't just make it up.
I've seen guys do it, especially gambling. All right, look at this. 11-11. Race to 4 for all the marbles.
Yeah, Dan was on 10 for a long time, wasn't he?
Yeah, like an hour.
Wow.
Seriously, it's been an hour. Well, we sure like the close ones around here, don't we? Well, that's good. So we asked Lyle what was his favorite win in competition. He said state championship with Kyle a few years ago.
Oh, that's cool.
And then what did Dan say? He said 2020?
Class A at BCW.
Oh, all right. What year was that?
2000.
2000. Okay. So that was 22 years ago now. Would have been 41.
Well, another dry break.
Pretty sure, as always, we lost track of that a long time ago.
I could have guessed that was going to happen.
All right.
Well,
He said Dan's talking about the sports show in Milwaukee. We were just discussing that over the Wisconsin Billiard Hall of Fame weekend. What a great tournament that was. I think my favorite thing about that is it actually introduced people that were not pool players to pool, because it was a sports show. So there was like lumberjack competitions and all this other stuff. It was great.
So here solids do look better than stripes, except for the 5-ball, but he's on the 5-ball, so he's going to shoot it right away. And solids are going to look really nice after this shot.
Yeah. Andrew Strumbro says, put the kids to bed, and I was about to hit the sheets. I'm glad I checked to see the results, in quotes, because he was thinking it was over by now.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you?
Fred Renner, Hill 1 a.m. is looking a little more realistic. You're
If
pretty
you hit the edge
clear.
of it and you sneak through.
Yeah.
Primary goal, of course, is just get a shot, next shot. Make the 7.
Yeah.
And
Don't forget that part, or else it's pointless.
and he's going to have quite a bit of speed in this cue ball, too. He can't do this slow.
Rotation, yeah.
There you go.
Missed the 9 altogether.
Yeah, and
got
that's
into
better because the
14.
15 and the 9 are still together awkwardly. Not that he's planning on using a safety net because he's going to just run out here, but
2 ball, you got to get rid of that next, I
yeah.
think. Yeah.
So does it go past? He's just having a good look at that now, past the 9. Because if he can just roll this 6 ball gently in.
I was actually talking about the sports show with Dave Coles Jr. At the Carom Room, who's the owner of the Carom Room. And we were just kind of discussing how great that show was, how much we'd like to see that back. Beautiful job Dave did over there. They unfortunately had that fire over there, but Dave has got a beautiful room over there in Beloit, and they just added a whole section downstairs, which is going to be amazing. They're adding 7 more diamond tables downstairs.
Yeah, because he wants to get straight on the 11 and roll forward a little bit, and straight on the 10 if you're straight on the 10.
Just got to look out for the 6 just a little bit because of how straight he is on this ball. So you can see he's
going to be close to the 6.
Yeah. Just looking at that angle. So he's going to roll up. He's actually going to bump into the 6. Just hope he doesn't get inside of it. Oh, yeah, he didn't bump it. which is better.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, so he's got a little bit of angle on this 11. He's just going to stun it.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's okay.
Like to be straighter though.
Yeah, I mean he's not going to play. It's not going to be a stop shot now, but he's got to make sure he does actually come off the rail enough. Because if he is going to roll to the side rail and back out, he's got to make sure that he's not thin cutting this 13 into the side pocket, because then he doesn't stay on the 8. So he needs to get out far enough into the middle of the table.
Andrew asked what Dan's largest lead was. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Exactly what you were saying, though. He almost didn't get off far enough and could have made it into trouble, but he was so close. So the answer to that question is Dan was leading at one point 10 games to 2.
Is that right? Yeah, I heard you say that before, and I was trying to rack my mind thinking whether that was the case. It was a lot there, wasn't it? I'm going to have to go back and check the tape. It's probably right.
It is now 13 to 11. Lyle taking the lead there by 2, which is by far the largest lead that Lyle has had the entire match. Now keep in mind, if we would have followed the King of the Hill rule, technically Lyle would be on 14 right now.
Well, the rules have to be enforced equally and fairly so that everybody gets the same.
Yeah, if these guys, but neither one of these guys have played recently since that rule was engaged.
We should read the rules before we.
Yeah, and I thought that's what Chris G did, but.
So now 2 games ahead, this close to the finish line, is a significant lead. This next rack is huge. Dan does not want Lyle to get to the hill. Well, Dan still needs 4 games. But we didn't really see Dan that rack at all. That must have been another break and run, which it was. Making balls on the breaks, spreading them wide open, and giving himself chances to get out.
This one's a little more difficult starting. I think he wants solids here, and I don't think he's got a good opener for solids.
Yeah, and if he can roll this 13 in the side and get straight on the 9, he could possibly use that to get down on the 12. Just follow down there.
Yeah, I guess the 12 is really the only.
That's what he's thinking. How do I get down on the 12 with the 9 ball? Okay, well, he's going for it. He wants to go almost straight, but stop just slightly short of straight.
It's close, but so he can actually get into the 11 right here if he wanted to. He could just hook this back a little bit, shoot the 11 next, and slide over for the 12 after that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. As long as the backside of the 3 doesn't kind of interfere with you a little bit when you're trying to slide over.
Well,
so I think he's still going forward here. Probably got a little bit more angle than he wanted. Which means he's going to have to load up with left-hand spin to help it down. No, he's not. He's just following.
You got to hit that low, otherwise it's going to do that every time.
Yeah, and that's right, if to increase the spin, you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Still okay here.
Well, I don't know about okay. He's got a shot on a ball.
Well, with shape on the 11. I mean, he tapped this ball in. He's got shape to cut the 11. You got to make a couple shots, but definitely can do it.
When you shoot the 11, you're kissing that other strike, are you? busting it out and rolling the dice a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, you are going to roll the
What else
dice a
you-
little
what
bit for
else?
sure.
Yeah.
Still trying to do the same thing we talked about earlier, just from a lot further away.
Yeah, so a little stop shot here is what he's going to play. He's going forward, so he's going to roll off the end rail.
Oh, you couldn't hit
That's
that any better.
That's very good, isn't it?
That was a great shot.
To get that low down, and he's got more control now. Now maybe that draw shot is on. Still
Yeah,
concerned.
it's tough not to get in behind the 6 too.
Yeah, if you scoot. Yeah, so you really want to hit this soft and sweet, and if you hit it too soft, though, you brush the 3 ball, or possibly the 5. It can still go over there, as long as it doesn't hit it too thick. Yeah, this is a good shot. Or he could, yeah, look at that, just play, let's collide right into the 11 instead. I mean the 12, the remaining stripe.
Yeah, right.
It's tough.
You push into it, push it right towards the 6.
Well, yeah, then you have to make that combination, otherwise the 6 hangs. It's tough, isn't it? Otherwise you just hit it harder and just roll, trust the luck. But if you hit it too hard, you're just going to get in trouble, unless you get really lucky.
Ooh.
Well, needed to make that ball. Giving Dan the chance he needs.
Do we need a hashtag free Dan? I haven't seen him at the table yet. There he is. He's free.
Yeah. Yeah, it means Andrew wasn't watching the first half of the match.
Yeah, the whole first half of the match
that was
was
all-
nothing but Dan.
That was all Dan, yep. Yeah, it was a very, very one-sided match, this, at one point.
Well, now some of those rolls that I feel like Lyle was getting before. I mean, this is a good shot, but it's not perfect. You got to still work and get a little bit of a roll like he did.
Yeah.
Got back to the middle of the table, which was important.
Yeah, and the stripes aren't open, so obviously he's not planning on playing safe here. He's just working out how he's going to get out, but those stripes are kind of a little safety net. One ball's really close to the side pocket, but doesn't really, from the overhead view, you don't want to shoot it in the side pocket. Which means you've got to get it underneath it. If he was straighter on the 3, I think he would have already just drifted in for a shot on the 1 ball.
Could play the 3 and bump it, right? Draw it, bump it.
Well, I was thinking he could just dead roll the 3 in.
Right.
And end up straight on the 1, but he just has probably a little bit more angle
Yeah.
than he wants for that. I mean,
Oh, no.
it's almost as if he was trying to play on the 1 ball down that way, and if he'd got absolutely straight, from there he actually could play the 1 ball. And I think he focused so strongly on that, he forgot the putt. But here's his little safety net, because this 11 does not go.
Yeah, I think you kick off the end rail and play safe.
Yep, he's just called a safe.
He's gonna
End rail, just gently catch the edge of the 11 and hide in, but behind them is
all speed.
what
right?
you're saying. Yeah,
Oh, no, he's playing the other way.
yeah, it's risky that way because you hit it so soft, and there's only one way to get the contact with the rail.
I don't know how you get safe here. I'll learn something here, I think. Phew.
Wow.
That'd have been tough, I think.
Yeah, the 1 ball may make the 2 in the side treacherous. We'll see how quick Dan gets down to shooting this 2 in the side if he does. The pressure's on this shot now because the strikes are open. So he's forced into... Yeah, he's playing the bank shot. He hasn't gone around and checked to see if the 5 ball's not in the way, but I guess he just feels it's not. What a great shot.
Great shot is right.
What a great shot. And he played safe. It was a 2-way shot. He may have left a thin snick on the 11, but definitely blocked him on the 12. So a very smart shot and well played, because obviously making the ball on a 2-way shot is better usually than missing and getting the safe. So that shot had everything, including position. So now back to the original goal, which is finding a way to get on the 1 ball.
Right here, you think, maybe? Or
it's a very speed-sensitive shot, isn't it? You have any angle on this, and the cue ball wants,
the nice
wants
thing,
to
he's
scratch.
got the angle to run towards it. He can come off the end rail and run at it, which helps. Not having to cross the line.
Yeah. So I think he's considering getting from the 4 to the 3. Follow. And if he can get straight enough on the 3, just slightly short of straight, he can use it to get on the 1. Not much different from that angle we had before, and he's got more distance on this shot now. But he's straight down on it, so just roll this in gently.
Here's the tester when you're getting a little bit tired.
Yeah, and you don't really like rolling these dead weight shots in. They kind of kick more, don't they, at this speed and this kind of angle. It might throw heavy into the side rail. And you don't want to hit it that soft and roll out. Hit it hard enough that there was no roll out. And no, he's got to be pretty happy with that position on the 1. Doesn't have to do anything with it because the 5 ball's sitting right there, so just got to bear down and make this 1 ball.
I have a tendency to hit this ball just real low and fairly soft, but low. Kind of forcing it down the rail. See, he's hitting it high up.
Well, nothing wrong with that at all, was there?
I would say not. Going to get him within 1 game if he can finish these last 2 out.
Well, hold on.
1 to go.
Hold on to your horses, folks. Dan Coppens is not going anywhere.
There it is. So 13 games, Lyle Goebel. 12 games, Dan Coppens. 3 hours and 22 minutes into this match.
And it's a test of stamina. And I'm talking about commentating.
Darn right. I'm pretty sure I was sleeping at least twice.
Mm-hmm. I'll wake you up. You're snoring.
Was I?
Yeah, just a little bit. Now, Dan started out breaking very well in the early part of this match, which is one of the reasons that he took his early lead.
Look at that. Dan must be sponsored by Championship Billiard Cloth. He's got a Mercury shirt on there.
Well, of course, Mercury
Marine, yeah.
Marine is connected to Brunswick.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. See, Wes, we did that on purpose. That way you can go to Fong's wedding. Oh, boy, that's a bad timing for that scratch.
Lyle doing a little bit of gardening and cleaning up the debris from the bed of the table. Dan looked like he hit the second ball square and then just went straight, scratched. Well, we did a lot of work today in the pro shop, but of course, a lot more to do yet on those 9-footers.
Three balls to get Lyle to the hill. Just the one here, you got to stay down because he's got to hit this pretty firm.
Right. Well, he's okay there, I think.
Vincent saying, let's go, Lyle.
Yeah, Vincent also from Fond du Lac. And we were just at his house putting his Predator cloth on his new 9-foot diamond.
Nice.
And Vincent's living the best of both worlds. He's got a 7-foot diamond and a 9-foot diamond downstairs.
Very cool.
And I'm jealous.
This 8-ball to put him on the hill. Wiped its feet, but in the hole.
Well, it's been an amazing comeback for Lyle here. And when your opponent's playing so good and you're just whitewashed at the beginning of the match, it's easy to believe that you're not going to end up winning, but you have to believe you can still come back, otherwise it's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, that is the nice thing about a winner break format. Get those couple of strings together. You know, he did run a couple of racks really in the crucial times that he needed them.
Yeah.
To kind of push himself forward ahead of Dan. So now Dan's got his work cut out for him. He's got 3 racks. I've seen Dan run rack after rack. So if he can get another opportunity here, you never know. He could come back and leave Lyle empty-handed here at the end. Well, that's a pretty good break, and nothing went. So Dan getting his first wish.
Yeah, and Lyle's played some very good finishes here. He's had some tricky, awkward situations, and he's worked his way through them all. Really hasn't given Dan much of a chance in the latter part of this match. So he's choosing solids. Those 3 balls, the 2, 3, and the 7, are kind of awkward, aren't they? 2 ball does not go in the side.
They'll pick out of there, though. You gotta get one at a time.
Well,
would have liked to have been able to get the 7 out of there right there.
Well, yeah,
guess,
right,
yeah.
and that might be what he was playing for, but he's definitely not on it.
I like that Dan doesn't play scared. You know, you can tell he's still very aggressively trying to get out here.
Yeah.
I almost want to play the 1 here, come all the way across table over kind of by the 11 to play the 2 next. I think that would be a consideration of mine.
Yeah, it's fraught with danger drifting across like that.
It's kind of the chance you have to take.
Yeah. And even if you go too far, the 3 might go past the 13.
I guess maybe if I'm being honest and I'm looking at the left side of the screen here, I may actually play the 1 to the 6 and then try and come up off the 6 for the 2. Possibly also. He's going to play this combination right here.
Yeah, I mean, the reason to do it, of course, it just frees and solves all your problems. The reason not to shoot is it's missable.
Yeah. I'm not a big combo fan, but that's why guys like that shoot
that really well.
Because they know how to make them. It's kind of an unfortunate roll to be jacked up over the 1 still.
Yeah.
After that shot.
And the 1 is tricky to get on also. He could snick it in here if he likes it, but...
I think that's too much of a cut.
It's just tough to get on it. Well, we have one enthralled spectator on the stands over there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Sitting on the bleachers.
I always like to see that. Well, the whole group is really paying attention, so that's kind of neat. Well, they were.
And that's David Searing right in the middle of the group.
Oh, he's probably letting them know what they're all watching.
Mm-hmm. Should get David Searing in the commentary box too.
Yeah, it'd be good. Yep, I agree.
I'd like to hear what he thinks.
John Fields says, don't think Dan's going to get out here. I think it's a tough out.
And he's taken a long time over this shot. And he might just be on the 1 ball there, so he might shoot the 1.
Oh, I think, yeah, there. I think you do 2 to the 6 to the 1.
Oh, and shoot the 1 ball down table. The long way.
Yeah, or if you have an angle you like, you can try and play up and bump the 9. You know
yeah,
what
that's
I mean?
not bad. If you do get on straight on the 1, the problem with that is you really can't get a good angle on the 6 to get straight on the 1 unless you're going to use a lot of spin, because the 15's kind of in the way. Play that in the corner. So he's got a shot with a lot of inside English here coming up. he might have a chance to close out this match. Well, they opened up pretty good. He's got a shot on the 6. And none of the solids are clustered anymore.
Still a little tick-tacky here. You got that 7. Didn't quite work its way completely out.
Yeah, and even controlling the cue ball after shooting this 6 ball. You know, the 7 goes in the side pocket, and the 3 ball can get you on it.
7 actually might go by the 6 now that I'm looking from this angle.
Past the 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 10 looks a little
He
bit,
might actually have the
little bit
1
annoying.
right here also.
Yeah, it looks like he does have a shot on the 1.
So you could go 1 to the 2. Or even 1 to the 3.
Yeah, and it's tough to get straightish on the 3. If you get straight on the 3, you can use it to get on the 7 in the side. And then last ball, of course, 8 ball up table, but it's got to unpick these. Well, and I suppose the 7 goes, of course, in the same pocket that the 3 does. Maybe he's not really worried about getting on it into the side pocket at all. Needs that to fall, and it did. So is he just going to draw up the side rail here for the 7 ball? Yep, right there. If he gets the speed on this shot, he's got a really good chance to finish here. So this is a very speed-sensitive little draw shot. There you go. Stand up with it. Well, he hit that well. If it was ball in hand, he'd come another inch further.
He's going to switch out for the 4 ball here and then go to the 7. So he's going to play that 4 in the side, roll up for the 7 next.
7 in the side, okay.
And then I'm pretty sure the 2 goes between the 13, 14. It's a little tricky, though, if you do go that way, because you got to get on the 8 through that 13, 14 also.
Yeah, you got to be sure that you really like this path to position and you're not going to hook yourself behind the 11. Otherwise, you'd be better off just rolling the 7 in and a little tap on the 4.
I don't think he's going to hit this super hard, honestly.
Well, and you don't want to be too short either, because then you've got a thin cut the 7 and the cue ball's going the wrong way. So he's going to get really close to the 11. Yeah. And he may, after he shoots this 7, have to just tickle the edge of that 12 ball.
Yeah, this is important where he ends up here because, again, you got to get around that 13, 14 if you're going to shoot between them.
This is real tricky, yeah, and the 2 ball is going to go between the 13 and 14, but you've got to be able to get up table for the 8. So hopefully you want to get just past straight. But again, very speed-sensitive shot this. He's following to the side rail and back out. And there we go. A little tickle on the side of the 10 ball, as predicted. Kind of messed up his plan there, but he's got plan B.
Plan B is probably better. You
Wait,
just got to be careful to
right.
scratch here. That's about it.
And again, he risks tickling the edge of a strike ball as he tries to get between them.
You can always tell at the table, but this is a risky angle.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to hit the 13 and gauge the thickness of hit.
Yeah, this is a little brutal right here. See what he does.
Wow.
Perfect shot.
He didn't corner hook himself, did he?
I don't know. He might have. See if he throws his arms up in the air.
Yeah. He hit that as soft as he could hit it. The two balls.
He's really looking. I tell you,
Yeah.
he might be.
Now he wishes it was hit just a hair harder. Any much harder, and he would have scratched, but a little bit.
Well, he's calling it, so let's see if it's actually there for him.
And he's going to have to flick. He made an amazing little masse shot on the 8 ball in the middle of the table. Cut it in before, but he's going to have to bend this one just a little bit. You can tell the way he's jacking up to it. Just a little soft swerve.
There it is.
For the match.
For the match.
Great shot. Replay that shot.
That was a great shot. I'm actually going to replay this shot instead because that was the killer.
Look at that, the weight of that 2 ball.
Yeah.
Luckily
amazing.
there was still some gravity left in the pocket.
Great job
Put
there.
it down. Amazing comeback
And,
for Lyle there when it looked like it was going to be a total blowout in the other direction.
Well, I'll tell you, I want to thank everybody for coming in and staying here late with us tonight. We had a barn burner. It came right down to the end. We had 2 great 8-ball players go at it. Lyle with one heck of a comeback and is now our current reigning king. So not only is he king, but he'll get a coin because he won. So
how about that?
Yeah, pretty cool. So, all right, guys. Well, I want to thank everybody again. Look forward to seeing everybody on Sunday. And then make sure you get back with us next week to see who gets to come in and take on Lyle next week. So we'll see you guys in a week.
Awesome.
Thanks again, MH. I appreciate
Thanks
it
for
as
having
always.
me. Yep.
All right.
Good match.
Thanks, guys. Have a great night.